Okay, hi. Hey, how's it going, chat? Okay. I like this playlist. This royalty-free play is actually decent. Most of them are not my taste at all. This one's cool, though. This is enjoyable. I can understand this one. You're late. Fuck off. Well, gaslight me. Man. My stream link, whatever the fuck it's called, isn't working today, so I'm just going YouTube, no Twitch. Which means we're gonna watch all the porn. Alright. I want to see... I'm still eating, so let's watch. Apparently Ryan Macbeth is behind some serious open source intel on whether or not there's actually sniper fire happening, or that there are snipers in these uni campuses. Because that does look pretty weird, doesn't it? I mean, I guess if they don't shoot anyone, then it's like, okay. But you'd think it's... I feel like there must be a whole psychological thing about even just bringing weapons to an event like this looks kind of escalatory, right? Like it freaks people out. I don't know. Having a nap, see you later. Wow. Just in and out. All right. Oh, is this like a live stream? This is a 1-hour video. Okay.
Okay, so I got a message a couple of minutes, well, actually yesterday, and I finally got a chance to take a look at this. I just woke up a couple hours ago. I figured we could have my morning coffee. I could have my mornings. Jesus, my hair is all. Okay, so I got a message. So all right.
You can't smoke a fucking cigar inside your house, bro. Your house will smell like a fucking forest fire. Or like post-medieval battle, and you're piling up all the corpses and setting them on fire. Bro, what the fuck?
So the question here is, someone wrote me about this yesterday, and I didn't really get a chance to look at it until today. So it was a sniper was spotted on the roof of a building aiming a gun at student protesters at the University of Indiana. What the hell is going on? So I figure what we'll do is I'll research this. I'll show you how I go through my process of researching stuff, and we'll do it live. If I'm right about it, you'll see it. If I'm wrong about it, you'll see it. You know, total.
He probably has one of those air purifiers. Does that work with cigar smoke in a apparently small room with wooden walls full of books? Are you kidding me? Air purifier is going to help you with that?
Transparency. What's kind of interesting is that a lot of people use the word sniper when they really shouldn't use the word sniper. A sniper is a free Kashmir victory to the Intifada. All right, I'm picking up what you're putting down there, bub. So a sniper was spotted on the roof of a building, and police don't really have snipers. Police have marksmen. Police snipers they have a totally different mission than military snipers. Police snipers are taking shots from like 300 meters, right? Military snipers are taking shots at 800 meters, 1,000 meters, right? So University of Indiana. So, well, the one thing is, what the hell is going on?
I feel like I'm watching Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas or something. What the fuck?
I'll tell you this.
Is it Pingu? Pingu smokes a cigar and talks through his teeth.
if you're running around saying victory to the Intifada, let me pop this open. So this woman says, what the hell is going on? And if you're running around saying victory to the Intifada, I'll tell you something. You probably need a sniper where you are. One thing that a lot of protesting students don't seem to understand is that if you're protesting supporting terrorists, the police may want to have marksmen there. Mainly because the people that you're protesting for, meaning the Hamas terrorists, they don't care about you. They don't. If one of them, if someone in the U.S., if there was a sleeper cell here in the U.S., and there was a non-zero chance of that, if one of those people was told, okay, put on a vest, and some people don't remember this, and I can't say the word because it's YouTube, but there are vests that have explosives in them, and sometimes people walk into crowds and press a little button, and bad things happen to them and everybody around them. And that there is a non-zero chance that someone would walk into a demonstration and do that. So it probably isn't a bad idea just to have Overwatch, just because there are a lot of people at these protests who don't understand the real world consequences that bad things can actually happen to them. So that's why you have police Overwatch. Let me just so let's try to jail.
You could say that about any demonstration. I don't think anyone would care. I don't think anyone would care if there was a marksman looking over at a protest that was like, Jews will not replace us or something. Like, I feel like people would be fine with that. Even if they hadn't committed any murders or anything, like, yeah, I think they would still probably be okay with having a marksman there.
Locate this first to even see if it's true. So this says University of Indiana. Let me open up Google Maps first.
MAGA, well, definitely MAGA, because they tried to overthrow the government. What?
There are a number of University of Indianas. Let me let's see if this has any let's see. Sniper, Indiana.
Are we Twitter scrolling? On
Sniper
stream?
on the roof
Oh
of the
shit.
Student Union building at Indiana University. Is that Indiana
Creepy.com.
University? That says Indiana University. There's Indiana University up there. That's not helping. Sniper on the roof of the Indiana Memorial Union at IU. Dunn Meadow. All right, that might actually help. Dunn Meadow. So let's take a look at University of Indiana, Dunn Meadow. Dunn Meadow in North Indiana Avenue, Bloomington. Okay.
Let's speed it up.
Okay. So if there was so I guess this is the University of Indiana. So it looks like a pretty big campus. And it looks like I'm going to throw this up on my whiteboard up here. Hold up for a sec here. Whiteboard. There we go. So if I were students that were protesting, this looks really, really big. This Woodlawn Field, that might be an option.
Oh shit!
This place down here called Dunn Meadow. That would certainly be an option. There's other stuff over here that I guess you could protest in or camp out in. And it looks like there's stuff up here by the nursing school. Is that? So yeah, there's a Hilton Garden there. Hilton Garden and Nature Center. Maybe this isn't actually part of the campus. All right. So Dunn Meadow. All right, Dunn Meadow.
Oh yeah, apparently the White House is protected by marksmen like 24/7. So if you've been to the White House, you've probably had someone taking a look at you through their scope.
So this is probably it right here. All right, let me drop this back in to the main thing here. Well, if you do it in Dunn Meadow, there's plenty of parking. Plenty of parking to the left. So if you're an outside agitator, yeah, it would make sense to do it in Dunn Meadow if you were going to have a protest. Let me throw this back up into whiteboard mode. you look at this right here. Here's Dunn Meadow, and then here are here's a bunch of parking. There's a bunch of parking down here. So let me throw this back into combination right mode here. So yeah, I would certainly say that if you were going to stage a protest and you wanted to have outside agitators come in,
thoughts? I think it's really interesting when you compare some of these arrests to something like Just Stop Oil. You realize that for protesters, there's usually they have training sessions. They have like workshops teaching you how to get arrested without getting hurt, right? Or how to be a nuisance to the police without them actually doing physical harm to you, like the whole dead weight yourself and all that, and not talking and shit like that. But if you look at some of these protesters at Colombia, you can tell they're not really trained in how to deal with getting arrested. Where's the video of the guy screaming that he's getting hurt or some shit? I should have loaded up some videos of people getting arrested, because they're not really... they're kind of doing the kind of thing that you would do if you wanted the police to rough you up a little bit. But... where is it? These people aren't disciplined. No. Does anyone have any of the ones that are seen as particularly bad? It might be interesting to see the ones that are getting the most condemnation. I don't doubt there are a few. Like, what's happening? It's hard to tell because I don't really know what happened 2 seconds before this. Like, what was this guy doing? Like, okay. What's the best way to send you videos? Discord. If anyone has any videos of either protesters being dumb or cops being excessive or whatever, like either of those or whatever, just any of the arrests. I'm not looking for a particular kind of arrest. Whoa, shit. Like... I also want to know, fuck, there's a few things I want to know about Colombia. Is this, Colombia, a private... Yeah, Columbia's a private Ivy League university, right? Upper Manhattan. It's in Manhattan. I didn't know it was in Manhattan. What the fuck? Where is it? Oh yeah, when people were calling these guys privileged. Okay. Finest of American education. Bro had to Google that. Yeah. And learn my details about America. So if it's a private university, that does mean that whenever whoever runs the university says so, they can move people off of the campus, right? Whoa, shit. They brought the... They brought the Polish invasion. Yeah, these guys they're not really coming quietly, are they? It's interesting because when, again, if you look at climate protesters, or whether it's like Greenpeace or Just Stop Oil or what do you call it, Extinction Rebellion, they actually go through a whole procedure They call it nonviolent civil disobedience. They go through a whole procedure of teaching each other how to get arrested, and they'll have like little workshops, and they'll make sure that they know how to get arrested in a way that doesn't get them hurt, or that if they do get hurt, it's the cops' fault, not theirs. But I guess because these guys have just spent the last couple of weeks or months talking about how every kind of regulation is a form of tone policing, and talking about intifada and shit like that. Yeah, I don't really know if these guys were really prepared for that. I don't really think regulate your behavior sessions would have been very popular here. Oh God. This is NYC, not. Oh yeah. Is NYC a private university? NYU. Yeah. Is NYU a private university? Largest private university in the United States. Okay. Yeah, well.
Meadow probably wouldn't be a bad place to do it. It also looks like I should just keep this up on the whiteboard. It also
Wait, is this NYC or NYU? Fuck. I thought NYC was just New York City. Okay, hang on. NYC University. Public? Oh, New York College. Is that what it is? Is that what this is? One of these New York College? I also want to know, I don't even know how long these protests were. How long were the Columbia University protests? (1968) versus 2024, NPR. That might be interesting, because actually to learn what they did in 68, civil rights movement. 68 was, if it's in the North, that probably means it was definitely more influenced by, or not definitely, but that would likely mean it was more influenced by the likes of Malcolm X and the Panthers and people like that, but I don't know for sure if it's in the North. Or Vietnam, okay. 300 protesters on day 1. Police called in on day 7. Police were called in on day 2. But in 68, there were 712 arrested. So it's proportionate. Even in proportion, it was more people. 148 injuries. Were there no injuries reported? Is intifada a call to violence in your opinion? Yeah, of course it's a call to violence. Depends on what kind of violence, though. It's almost definitely a call to violence, yeah. Like, actually, in the West, do most people know? Because if most people think intifadas are just peaceful, like, or mostly, or overwhelmingly peaceful is the crystal ball thing, maybe not. I don't think you can be arrested or have the police come in just for chanting intifada. Because chanting revolution, like that, there's more ambiguity there. Like just saying the words, I don't think qualifies the police to come and arrest you, no. Free speech and all, you know? Oh, they took a hostage. Oh, Harry Dean okay, yeah. Related issues. Oh, main targets of protest. Plan for a gym in the Harlem Morningside Park. Vietnam War. School's role in Institute for Defense Analyses. Discrimination and inequality targeting black people and women. Anti-Semitism, free speech. South Lawn. So they only occupied one place. 2 campus groups. I wonder why they waited. That's a really valuable article. Wow. Interesting. I'm learning so much. Why did they delay calling the police in 68? Race. Black students aligned with SAS asked white students led by the SDS to leave. Conditions were calm and quiet compared to the boisterous atmosphere elsewhere. Exhibit states university leaders viewed the black-held hall as a powder keg, fearing that if police were called in against the students there, Harlem's black community would mount a violent reaction. They weren't worried about the a violent reaction from the families of these students or the friends. When they entered the barricaded hall, the students avoided struggles, calmly marched out of the building with vans waiting. Without that white privilege, you have to do that, I suppose. Okay. Okay. What a good article. Thank you. Wasn't it?
It looks like you have multiple avenues of escape. So you can escape this way, you can escape this way, you can escape this way. I guess this way goes to the campus. So you have 3 routes of escape, right? If the police start coming after you, or you've done something that's not so good, you have at least 3 ways of escape. Up 7th Street, looks like up 7th Street, down Indiana University Avenue, and north up Indiana University Avenue. So that's actually, from a tactical standpoint, that's actually not a bad, from a tactical standpoint, it's not a bad way of doing things if you're a bad guy.
So, did you get my Discord message? Did I get a Discord message from I don't think so, unless you have a different name.
Now the question is, can we find the building? What's that? Student Union Building.
Student Union Building. Student Union Building.
Student Union Building. All right.
God. Come on.
All right, Student Union Building. That isn't helping. Oh, I do that. Let's see. All right. So this says Indiana Memorial Union. Let's take a look at the actual... This is not a good picture. All right, so sniper on the roof, gun pointed down at peaceful protesters in Dunn Meadow. This is actually a lot easier than I thought it would be. That's good. All right, American sniper on the roof of Indiana University building overlooking pro-Palestine protests. So we got one right here. All right, so let's pop this. Let me pop this into this window again. Open up the whiteboard. So if you look at this, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 windows and 1 window here. So this guy up here is probably... Let me put this up here. So... if this is the building right here, this guy is, I don't know where he is in the actual building, but he's probably facing northwest. So this guy is facing this way. This guy here is facing toward the Dunn Meadow. So let's see if we can actually get a good location on him. I'm going to throw this back into the other mode here. All right, so 5 windows. We got the 5 window thing covered. Let me see here. Let me go back to combination. All right, so, okay. So just keep in mind these 5 windows here, and then let's see if there's a. Oh, look at that! All right, well we got that one on the first try. Okay, let me pop this over here into the whiteboard. So I dropped the Google guy, the little where is that thing? So I have monitors blocking them. So I dropped a little Google guy right here, and immediately here. Let me move over a little bit. So I dropped a little Google guy, and you see those windows up there? Those windows match these windows here. Only this building here, this building is facing south. So this, for a sec here, screen brush. I don't know why that isn't working.
That's what I'm seeing.
Come on, show screen brush. All right, so this building is facing south, so I assume this is going north here, assuming the other side of the building, has the same amount of windows. I don't see why it wouldn't be symmetrical. We're straight ahead north. Here we can get a good view from the north. Let me pop this back into the whiteboard, and let me I gotta lower this a little bit. There's Google guy. Take Google guy, and we're going to put here.
Right.
And there's a big truck blocking my view. Can't really see if the north windows are the same.
Oh, he's just trying to analyze the vantage point of the sniper. Okay. Well, all right. Well, at least I learned a couple of things there. Marksmen shoot from a shorter range than snipers. 100 meters versus 800. Crazy. Wild. Maybe 300 meters or some shit. Okay. Well. Oh, what's this? Oh my god. Oh no. Fucking Vicegrad. They love their outrage videos. A Native American. What the? How am I supposed to make any sense of what's happening here? So is she the Native American? Hamas supporters are not welcome. Oh, okay. Oh god, man, the Idpol firing squad going on here. The Idpol circular firing squad is absolutely off the fucking wall. What a mess. No one expected that to happen, did it? It's like in 24 with the I'm in charge here. Not anymore, you're not. I'm your superiors. Not anymore, you're not. The president sent me. Fuck me. Fucking mess. That is 24, isn't it? Jack, but is it not anymore you're not? Because like a superior person comes in and like whoever's in charge gets like little broed. And then they parody it in South Park, yeah. What else do we have? I'll bet you they do have they've got the most cringe ones. Vicegrad, they would have that. Is it Vicegrad or Visgrad? I don't know. Fuck. Oh, is it this dude? Why was this Michael Rappaport who, of course, this makes him really happy.
You're hurting me! Just don't lift me! You're hurting me! Ow! 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 Help! Help! Ow! You're hurting me!
Hey. I'm trying to. Why is there someone in chat called Loner Unboxed? What the fuck? I'm just trying to think what that reminds me of, but my head's blank. In a two-state Earth so pro-Palestine? Yeah, sorry, Eduardo Perez. In the real world, okay?
Type 2 diabetic.
Yes, nothing a Palestinian state now is a pro-Palestine position. It's more pro-Palestine than anything that's happened in the last 75 years, you fucking retard.
There was a fucking
Never
war
had a
century
state.
fight, but I
Some
think the
people
land was already
believe they
conquered.
should
I'm
have a
not
state.
gonna
Some
die
people,
because it's
like most of the powerful people in the world, just say they deserve. Okay. Well, okay. Oh, I know what I was going to say. Sorry.
You're hurting me! Just don't lift me! You're hurting me! Ow! 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 Help!
This guy's going to go home and he's going to tweet out this image. Bet you $1,000. He's going to go home and he's going to change his PFP to this. This is his profile picture, right? Am I wrong? Okay. All right. Does he have a Twitter? It was Die Hard when the two Agent Johnsons, no relation, show up. The deputy chief, Dwayne Robinson, tells them that he's in charge, to which White Johnson replies, not anymore. Ah, okay. Is it in Die Hard? Okay. That means there'll be a clip of it on YouTube. Die Hard, I'm in charge, not anymore. Because if it's, I think it's like a meme, isn't it? No, maybe it's not. Fuck. Oh well. But it is this, right? This is real.
Right, people,
Yeah,
I'm in
okay.
charge
This is
now,
where
and we will find these terrorists. Jarvis, I want you to check for any terrorist chatter on AOL. Marley and Greggs, try searching for nuclear devices on AskJeeves.com.
Ask Jeeves? Nobody uses Ask Jeeves. Just Google search it.
Are you telling me how to do my job?
Yes. There's a Russian guy named Vladimir Stolsky who's got search engine hits all over this thing.
Chase, search the name Stolsky on YouTube and cross-reference it with JDate. Checking.
Look, these Russian
No,
guys
it's layer. It's layer.
Right. We've just received intel that Russian terrorists are believed to be
Okay,
responsible for the threat.
Where's the intel from?
It's not
We
even
just read it
fucking
on
here.
Church
What?
Report.
Look, we
Okay, what the fuck? What a horribly labeled. Why is it part 2 when it's not even there? What the fuck? All right, here we go. What a whoever
From now
made
on, you
that
answer to
bad
me. You got
YouTuber.
that? Excuse me, who's in charge here?
I am.
Yeah, well, not anymore, you're not. This department has just been assigned to the FBI. That's
Okay, whatever. The funny thing is I'm gonna do a segment later on probably, and it's probably gonna involve some of that footage, and I'm probably gonna repeat all those jokes. Okay, so just you guys have to just act amused when it happens. Okay, be like, whoa, I never saw that one coming. All right. Not now. Okay, good practice though. Good practice. Loaderbox every time he joins a Destiny stream. Yeah. Easy. All right. Did you get new nail polish? No, I'm chipping. I should have taken it off today, but I forgot. Cope, get used to it. All right. I was supposed to watch this fucking YouTube channel. These the Israel guys. Visegrad. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Let's see. What's their most popular video? Why they refused to release the last 20 women and children? Well, we'll get to that. We went inside a Palestinian village, busting leftist myths. Where was the temple? In Jerusalem? Drone strike in Israel injures 14. Turkey joins Hamas. The truth about the 7 aid workers. Exposing a fake riot. Oh no. I don't know. I don't really know if there are any of these I want to watch. Oh God, is this going to be the... There are also pictures of Gaza where things are nice. Oh God. This is half an hour. Okay.
If you've ever heard of the Gaza Strip,
Jesus.
you've probably seen horrific images of war, destroyed or bombed out buildings, or
The normie coding is incredible. Okay.
tragic deaths in the mainstream media. What I'm going to guess, though, is that you have never seen the side of Gaza that we're going to show you today. Stay tuned. This is the Joshua and Caleb Report.
Oh no.
In a world plagued
Let's
with
just wait and see. Okay, let's just wait and see.
anti-Israel propaganda,
Paul Yavel presents the Joshua and Caleb Report, a positive voice of truth straight from Israel's heartland.
In a world of negativity and fake news, every Christian should be connected to the life and positivity that Israel brings to the world. Luke, I'm very excited about this show. We've got a lot of really great things to talk about. But first, we want to thank Jason Stravers for his gift as a Patreon now. We've got our Patreons are joining us, and we're very grateful for that because that helps us get content out more, and it helps us do a lot better job. We need the quality, got to stay up, and we got to keep this information going out because, like today, we're going to give you guys some information that you never would have dreamed. I'm sitting there literally when I'm getting the content today, and I'm like, what in the world are we actually seeing? So stay tuned, guys, for this.
That's right. And by the way, if you want to help us produce more content straight from Israel's biblical heartland, you can go to patreon.com/Joshua and Caleb. Just like Jason, join us on the monthly team for $10, $25, $50 a month and literally help us bring this show to...
Those are some high tiers, bro. Not even a $5 tier or an $8 or whatever. Why? On a completely unrelated note, for a more affordable Patreon with probably less content, for a less normie coded YouTuber.
To the entire world. By the way, if you have not subscribed on YouTube, make sure you hit that subscribe and hit the bell. Leave us a comment. We get so many comments. Love the engagement down there. And you can subscribe wherever else you listen. If you listen on a podcast platform, remember, it's always free. And by the way, more content than just this show is all at joshuaandcaleb.com, and it's 100% free. Because of people like you that are helping us on Patreon and at joshuaandcaleb.com, you can also donate there. That's how we're able to keep.
I'm trying to wonder what I think about this set. It's giving me very. I only know how to cook food outdoors, like barbecue meat. All
of this free. So thank you so much for helping us out, Josh. I went to Google, and I know you did too. But for starters, I typed in photos of Gaza. I didn't spend any time. I downloaded the first 6 photos that came up, and this is what they looked like right here. Okay, photo number 1. Okay, looks like maybe a normal high-rise city, right? Photo number 2.
And Luke, and you're being all fair here. You showed that first photo because that was literally what you saw.
That was the first photo that came up on Google.
Literally first 6.
Did not manipulate this at all. Okay, second photo. A bomb or a rocket or something, missile hitting a building. Okay, a bombed out area. Another bombed out area. I
actually don't know where they're going here.
More bombed out area. More bombed out area. A child, carrying his little brother through the streets. Okay, so those are the first 6 photos that came off of Google when it comes to Gaza.
Yeah,
I'm going to guess with probably 99.9% accuracy that if you have ever seen images or videos of Gaza in the mainstream media or on Google or on YouTube, you saw something similar to what I just showed you. Josh is going to show you some other photos that you might not ever have seen before, so stay tuned. This is going to be absolutely mind-blowing.
Luke, let's start out with what the fake news says. And literally, I just said it. Washington Post is fake news? Okay.
Right. It's just as well these guys went to Israel because... Oh God! This is the best argument against deporting settlers or American Israelis who claim birthright and all that. Is the Republican vote would just fucking surge. This is the only demographic that Republicans appeal to in the United States, right?
Okay, if Washington Post has the nerve to say what they say, what we're going to read here, then yes, it's fake news. It says, quote, Gaza City is more densely populated than Tel Aviv and other major world cities like London or Shanghai, and much more so than the areas of Israel that surround it. Okay, that sounds like it sounds like they got some facts.
Right.
Okay,
Facts.
we're going to check it, but we're going to continue on. We're just going to read through some some fake news, and then we're going to just completely bust it. Like, bust it. I love it that we can bust it, because really, that's just totally fake. It's not true at all. Okay, Reuters
correct.
says about 1.5 million Palestinians live in Gaza, more than half of them refugees from past wars with Israel. Gaza has one of the highest population densities and demographic growth rates in the world. Once again, the Washington Post and Reuters.
The whole meme about Gaza is that the density thing comes compared to countries. If it were its own country, it would be like top 5 densely populated in the world. There are lots of more densely populated countries, like is it Monaco? But for cities, it's not even close to the most densely populated. Gaza City is not as densely populated as like lots of cities, but you know. But the Strip, like if the Strip were its own country,
believe that
It's quite
Gaza is
dense.
one of the most densely populated areas in the world. Okay, we're going to check
We're
that,
gonna
right?
find
Luke?
out.
All right, we're
Are
going
you
to check that.
sure, Reuters?
Washington
Are you sure,
Post.
Washington Post?
Are you sure? Okay,
This is your chance.
You
No, just
wrote
kidding.
it.
It's not live.
they did write it.
Yeah.
I mean, they believe that what they're saying.
Maybe.
I
I'm
don't
not sure they believe it.
Washington Post, Israeli communities that surround Gaza Strip are far less dense. Farmland dots the landscape, contrasting with the crowded skyline of high-rise apartment buildings along much of the Gaza Strip. Okay, just no.
Josh,
we're going to get into this in a
Tell
little
us
bit.
how far it is from, because
Yeah,
this is not a big area we're talking about. And we're going to get into the facts here in a
I
second.
don't know if people know this,
Facts.
but Israel's not like a humongous. We're not talking about Texas. Israel.
New Jersey. He's gonna say New Jersey. Oh God. You mean New Jersey? I bet you all $10. You say New Jersey, okay?
is very small in itself. Gaza Strip is another very small region inside of a very small region of Israel, next to very large Arab countries like Egypt.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to talk about that. But literally, Tel Aviv is only 40 miles. So what in the
Gaza.
world are they talking about? 40 miles from Gaza. That's a huge city. We're not talking about all the other small cities that are in between Tel Aviv and Gaza.
80% of Israel's population lives in their coastal region, right? Something
Which basically
70 or
goes-
80%. So that is like Gaza is on the coast.
Yeah.
So you're talking about 70 to 80% of Israel's population all within that area.
Yeah, and if anybody can recollect just a few weeks ago when rockets were flying, they were flying into Israel's most populated
Tel Aviv,
area.
the people of Tel Aviv were running to the bomb shelters.
And Luke, we're going to talk about that. And Washington Post, once again, roughly twice the size. This is what it says. It says roughly twice the size of the District of Columbia, the impoverished Palestinian territory, is surrounded by Israel on almost all sides. Kind of interesting how they could say almost all sides. I mean, Egypt is a really big place there that also must take, and I know the world refuses to really put any.
But when we say almost all sides, is that not like how much of Gaza's border? I like how you said Egypt is a massive country, but you didn't really talk about how big Gaza's border with Egypt is compared to the rest of Israel's. Okay. I don't know why some people act like Egypt is just this fucking.
Remember the Holodomor?
Aquila, thanks for the sub. I really appreciate that. Yeah, the people think Egypt is just this kind of kill shot. It makes me, because obviously, if you're I guess if you're really ignorant and you think all Arab states are in solidarity, then you'd be like, well, why is Egypt blockading Gaza? And then their head explodes. But even if you're slightly clued into whatever the far left discourse is, a far leftist would just say, yeah, but Egypt's American stooge. You know, LCC, America, like they got rid of the Muslim Brotherhood. And it's like, okay, wow, cool. But I don't know. Why is population density accuracy something important here? So it's important to the pro-Israel side because they want to make it look like people in Gaza actually do have more space to run and hide than they actually do. Whereas people on the very far left will try to say that it's just this completely densely populated, like urban, like the most densely populated, like urban environment in the world, which means there's like nowhere to run or nowhere to move and all that. But again, it's just like neither of these are really true. And compared to cities, Gaza City is like not even top 50, I don't think, compared to most cities. But the Gaza Strip, if it were its own country, that's the real stat. If it were its own country, then the Gaza Strip would be about the 4th or 5th most densely populated place in the world. That's what it would be if it was its own country. Which matters because if there's a war and the war zone is Gaza, then the density of the zone matters because Russia is invading Ukraine, but Ukraine's very spacious. Like there's lots of place for refugees in Ukraine to run, even within the country. Lots of people from the east can go into Lviv, etc. And also they've got open borders, or relatively open borders, that they can that millions of refugees are able to go to the rest of Eastern or Western Europe. So with Gaza, they have neither of those options. So the density of Gaza does matter. It matters for two reasons. One, because the entire strip is fair game for a war zone, and and it's densely populated, which means there's not that many places to run and hide, and people can't leave. That all matters. Reuters said largest area, so it sucks they were too vague. I wonder if I've made that mistake before, because I spoke about Gaza. What did I say? Let's see if I've made this mistake. I might have. Oh, no. Loaner box. Let's see. Gaza, the last 100 years. So, transcript. Dense. I think I might have said it wrong. I said areas as well, didn't I? Whoops. Few reasons for this. One, Gaza is one of the most densely populated areas on Earth. Whoop. Should have said if it were its own country. Get fucked, Loner Box. Okay. Well. Oh yeah, if it were its own country is what you would say. Wait. No, I never said it, did I? Where did I feel like I've said that before, though. When did I? Whatever. Doesn't matter. That.
Any even a notion that Egypt should be held responsible for anything on the Egyptian border. Now,
well,
okay.
And by the way, Egypt also keeps their border crossing into Gaza closed.
And you'll wonder why.
Yeah.
People only talk about
Israel. They
Israel.
might have some similar concerns.
Okay, so that's just some little fake news that we're going to kick off. This is what the world believes.
If you use your imagination, you think of the Gaza Strip, like what images come to your mind? Might be influenced by media, right? You might imagine poverty, squalor, bombings, fires, death, carnage, hospitals, right? Those are probably some of the things that would come to your imagination.
Well, you don't even have to look too hard. You just Google it on the internet, and that's what you see.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that
most densely populated countries. So you got, however you pronounce this one, Macau, China, Monaco. Wait, Gaza, I thought Gaza was square kilometer. So Singapore, Hong Kong, Gaza Strip population per square kilometer. Per square kilometer, 5,500. It would be fifth. So Hong Kong is way more dense, or a good bit more dense. Singapore, Monaco, and these places aren't even close. God. But quite far ahead of Gibraltar and Bahrain. Yeah, it's okay to call Gaza quite dense. It's pretty not officially considered a country. But we're talking about a war zone. That the whole point is you say it's a metric. It's a comparison metric. So if you want to get an impression of how dense Gaza is, you would just say, if it were its own country, it would be the fifth most dense. Fifth. Which just means that it's dense. Gaza's quite dense. I don't know. Which matters if the entire strip is a war zone, or almost all of it. And it also matters if the people can't leave in the middle of that war. It basically just means the civilians are going to suffer. It's not even a moral statement. It's just descriptive.
That's what's promoted.
That's what you've been fed. The propaganda
or pick up your paper.
That you've been fed.
That's the entire strip, not Gaza City. Gaza City is actually not that dense compared to a lot of cities. It's number 63, I think. I think someone said in chat, 63 sounds right.
Just pick up your paper, and that's what they're promoting. Yeah. Luke,
Josh, talk about this population density. Is it actually true? Gaza is one of the most densely populated cities, and maybe that's where you should start. Is Gaza a city, or is it an area, or is it a country?
So this is where people use crazy stats, and they misconstrue things to make it look like something it's not. So when you see things like most populated city or whatever, usually they're smart enough not to actually say that, because that is so far from the truth. It's not even close to anywhere true.
Right.
Gaza, the only way they can make a stat work is if they make Gaza a country of itself, because a country. When you're looking at countries, the demographic or the land mass of a country is much larger.
Right.
And so if you look at a city, the city limits are very populated. Countries are not populated as cities are.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So if you look at Gaza, not as a city, it's actually more like a city. Gaza is a very small region that has been designated off, and there's lots of little cities within it, but it's basically a city. Now, if you look at that and you say Gaza is a country, then you could say that the demographic for that country is so high compared to other places because the land mass is very small.
Right.
If you take a city, and this may be complicated for people to understand, but we'll explain it better in just a second, then if you actually take a city, maybe Gaza is somewhat similar populated. Okay, right. But we're going to look at that because this is their claim that Gaza is so populated. But if you just go on Google, and we're using Google a lot today, Luke, just because everybody goes on Google.
I always mean to mention it, but we actually do include all of our source links in the description below, YouTube, podcast platforms. If you want to check out where we're getting all of our information from, just go to the description. You can check out all of the links as to where we get all of our information.
Okay, so to make that clear, if you're looking at Gaza as a city, Gaza City, this is what they're all talking about. Mm-hmm. If you're actually looking at it as a city, let's go to Google. We're not looking at it as a country because, Luke, it's not a country.
Right.
Gaza is not a country.
Well, Gaza is a combination of several cities that's in a very small area. And we're gonna get the actual stats here in a second.
Type in list of cities worldwide.
I would love to ask these guys is when people talk about the density of Gaza, what do you think they're trying to say? Like, what's the implication of saying that Gaza is dense area? Because I feel like saying Gaza is a dense area is actually fine. If by area you mean if it were a country, like
population density. Okay, just type that in. What comes up? Gaza is nowhere on the list. So how can you be saying that Gaza is the most? This is what we just read. Fake news says it's one of the most populated areas in the world. It doesn't even show up on the first 68 that show up on Google. It's nowhere to be found in any of those.
Probably not in the first 100 if you could find that list. The most you could find was 68. But looking at the equations that are used there, kind of how the statistics go, it's probably not in the top 100.
Luke, and here's the most ironic thing. The most ironic thing, and that is that Israel actually has two cities that are
more
in the
dense
top.
than Gaza City.
Well, one of them is Bnei Brak. That's the 8th most populated city in the entire world. There's another city named Givatayim that is next to Tel Aviv that ranks at 50.
Okay.
Israel has two cities in the world that rank at the most populated cities in the entire world that, guess what? Rockets from Gaza landed inside of these cities that are actually on the most populated list in the world. Gaza is not one. Gaza shoots rockets into these cities, Israeli cities, that actually, Google, world, wake up. Rockets were actually falling into, and it was not military targeted situations. This is a indiscriminate.
Why aren't they using the same terms as the article? Yeah, the article said one of the most densely populated areas, and now they're contesting some imaginary article that said that Gaza is the most densely populated city, or is one of the most densely populated cities. I feel like when they say area, they're just shorthanding that if it were a country, it would be like it's more dense than almost every other country on Earth as an area. If you're saying, Gaza's not a country, what do you think I'm trying to say? What's the important part of that sentence? The important part is that it's very dense. So if the entire place becomes a war zone, that has pretty massive implications for the civilians who live there. That's the only, oh God. We haven't seen the photos of Gaza, have we? Oh, well. I need more of these guys in my life. Why don't these guys ever come into my stream chat and shout at me? Oh, God.
Rocket just blowing it over, no telling where it's going to go, into the most densely populated areas in the world. Right. Okay, so
Are you saying that
Fake news.
How many of the 5 Israel guys are Jewish? Do they have one? These guys are probably Jewish. What the fuck? Why would you say they're not Jewish? What? Because they have American accents. What? What a strange question to ask. They're Christian. Wait, are they? Oh, they said they were Christian. Oh, they're allies. Okay. Ah, interesting. Oh, wait. Oh, no, surely. Wait. They must have a... Okay. I thought they were just recent migrants. What? This is the Israel guys boy band. Yeah, they are. They do have that aesthetic, don't they? Their YouTube channel is very much between like what would this be? Joe Rogan knockoff podcast with the occasional bodybuilder's guideline. Surely one of them is location United States. So they don't broadcast from Israel, or they're not based in Israel. Let's see. TheIsraelGuys.com. What? Where's the about section? Tell us about yourselves. Reviews. What the fuck? Where are these reviews from? Missouri, UK, United States, Oregon, Colorado, Canada, South Africa, Papua New Guinea. Do I have a higher proportion of Israelis in my audience than these guys do? There's no way. Wait, let's meet the cast. Where's meet the cast? Hey, volunteer, review, message. Huh. Okay.
the news out there might actually be the truth might actually be flipped completely on its head.
100% around backwards, Luke. Literally, they're saying the most populated place in the world is Gaza. Well, that's just not true. The most populated place, number 8.
Right.
Why don't they just think? Are they going to think about because if you were honest, you would compare it to countries. Because if one country goes to war with another country, like that kind of defines a lot of where the fighting is happening or which parts are going to get struck and all that. That defines quite a lot. If we know that Russia is at war with Ukraine, we know that bombs are going to go off in Ukraine. They're not going to go off in Poland or Romania or Hungary or Belarus. They're not going to go off there. Maybe Belarus because they're involved in the invasion. But like, generally speaking, even like the west of Ukraine is going to get hit, like Lviv, more parts will get hit harder, like Mariupol or the east or even close to Kyiv. But we know that the war is taking place in Ukraine. So with Gaza, if we know where the war is taking place, well, it's within the borders of Gaza. It's like, you can't just say because Gaza is not a state, then we just can't compare its density as a region to other countries. Because that's where the war is happening.
They were lobbing rockets into one of the most populated places in the world. Number 8 in the world, Luke. I'm not even saying Gaza doesn't even show up in what we said.
How are Belarus involved? Because the invasion partly was launched from Belarus, wasn't it? And supply lines go through Belarus. And Putin moved nuclear weapons to Belarus. Or he said he was going to. I don't know if he actually did. But yeah.
The first 68 for sure, but it's not even close to the bottom list of that 68. It's probably not even in the first 100 or even go down 200 or 300. Literally, it's not even on the map.
Wait, what? I think it is. Wait, hang on. Gaza City population density rank. I thought Gaza City was definitely according to the Jewish Virtual Library, it's 63rd for urban area. It's below Bnei Brak, whatever you say. Less than Tel Aviv. But even these guys are these guys are more honest. If you compare it to a country, it would rank 5th. But not even close to the top 2. Yeah. Although you could also say that it's about as far from 3 and 4 as 6 is from Gaza. So it's quite dense. Fuck. Dense area. Almost as if it's one of the most. It's okay to say it's one of the most densely populated areas on Earth. Fuck me.
We'll be right back with the show, but first I have to tell you about the Christians Meet Israel 30-day devotional. Whether or not you're an avid Israel lover or just beginning to love Israel, this easy-to-read
Hey, that's me, just beginning to...
book is for you. It includes many of the promises where God talks about Israel in the Old and New Testaments. Each day has a short explanation, space for taking notes, and a thought-provoking question at the end. Written by Zach Waller, this devotional is something that is very much needed for the body of believers worldwide right now. You can get your copy by clicking the link in the description below or just order it on Amazon. It's the perfect devotional to go through by yourself or with your whole family, and we promise it'll cause you to look at Israel in an entirely new light. You'll see God's land and people through His eyes and the lenses of Scripture. Purchase Christians Meet Israel by Zach Waller on Amazon or click the link in the description below. Use promo code Joshua and Caleb for a special listener-only discount. So let's talk about the actual statistic.
That's where you get the facts. Straight
of
facts.
Gaza, how big it is, and then Gaza City, which is a city inside Gaza. The actual statistics of Gaza is that the territory is 25 miles long, and it's anywhere from 3.7 to 7.5 miles wide, and has a total area of 141 square miles. Now, when you get into how many Palestinians live in Gaza, that's where it gets a little tricky. A lot of people say 2 million. Reuters in the beginning of the show said 1.5 million. That was a few years ago, so it could be slightly higher than that. What would you say, Josh? How many people actually live in Gaza?
Well, and Luke, I got to go into this a little bit because most people take this is also something that baffles me. One thing that baffles me is that the world just believes.
2020 was about 2 million. I think estimates now we're at 2.2 million. Makes sense. High birth rate, 4 years. Okay. Yeah, estimated in 2023 was 2.1 million. Where are we going here? 2020, 1.97 million. 2.06 million. Yeah, okay. Seems about right. Where are we going?
Hamas. You shouldn't believe Hamas.
To make it clear, too, we're going to have a quick history lesson here in a minute, too. But the governing authority in Gaza is Hamas, which is a designated terrorist organization in many, many countries around the world, including the United States, including Australia, the European Union, and the United Nations, at least at one time. And I probably still to this day have basically them designated as a terrorist organization as well. And they're the only ones that we can rely on to provide statistics when it comes to Gaza.
Well, Luke, nobody else is going to go in there. It's a
it's
Hamas
difficult to get in and out,
terrorist
too.
group that
And
controls
it's
the
dangerous.
place.
Yeah.
Okay, so Luke, there's a few things that we have to bring up when we're talking about these stats, because there are things that we do know for sure.
Right.
We know for sure.
Wait. The Gaza Health Ministry, which again, their numbers in the past have been more or less the same, close enough to other bodies. The population itself, who controls the population registry of Gaza? This is a Government of Israel's website. The Population Registry Office is responsible for updating and archiving the Palestinian population registry held by Israel, in coordination with the Palestinian Authority. In accordance with diplomatic agreements between Israel and Palestinian Authority, full responsibility for administering the registry and providing services to Palestinian residents of the area has been passed to the Palestinian Authority. So for Gaza Strip, updating the population registry in the Israeli Authority systems, passports, certificates, identification cards, etc. Verification of familial relations for Israelis crossing between Israel and Gaza Strip. Handling of exceptional crossing requests for foreigners and miscellaneous persons staying in the Gaza Strip without documentation. Handling of exceptional requests of Palestinians requiring recognition of their status in Israel in the framework of naturalization in cooperation with the Ministry of Interior. How do you think Israel has so much intelligence on Gaza, at least as far as they claim they do? How do you think Israel is able to give phone calls into Gaza? How do you think they're able to call them and say, we're going to bomb your area or your building, get out? How do you think they're able to do that? What the fuck? I've never heard anyone say the population numbers are fake. No one says the population numbers are fake, okay? only these guys, and I guess the word of God. I guess maybe because that's what these guys are channeling.
At the PA here in our area that we're very familiar with. Luke, you and I have not been inside Gaza. We have staff members that
In our area, so they live in the West Bank.
have been inside Gaza.
I'd love to go.
I would love to go, and I think with our actually status of the show, we probably would not make it out.
Yeah, maybe.
But I'm thinking we should just, maybe we should just look from the outside, which we did, and we're showing people today. Okay, here's a couple things with the population that's totally inflated. We see that here in Judea and Samaria.
Right.
Here's a few notes, and I'm not talking about Gaza here. I'm talking about Judea and Samaria, and we're going to use
why we know that numbers are typically inflated.
It's the same group, of folks. It's the same kind of stuff going on. So this is what's going on here in Judea and Samaria.
So they're going to say deaths. I hope they're not going to confuse body count numbers with just the population in general.
Overseas residents are counted in the number of people that are actually living here. Okay, so that's
double.
Double. We have East Jerusalem Arabs are counted twice.
Right.
Okay, this is a huge thing because a lot of people live in East Jerusalem. A lot of Arabs. Arabs who married Israeli Arabs are also counted twice. We have a 32% artificial inflation of Palestinian births. That's just it's documented that they inflated those numbers.
Where are they getting that from?
Did it just because 32%. And fertility rates have dropped from 9 births per woman in the 1960s to 3.
I wonder where they get that from. I can see a couple of articles here of JNS. A vastly inflated Palestinian demography. Don't believe the hype. The numbers are on the Jews' side. Overseas residents who have been away for over a year are included in the census. %32% inflation documented in 2006. So I'm wondering if Israel coordinates the population registry with the PA, that would mean Israel is okay with lying about the population as well? What does that mean? Hang on. YouTube's not letting you share it. You can put it to me in Discord. People are memeing about me not looking at stream suggestions. I absolutely am looking at stream suggestions. Fuck off. I don't get this because if Israel has control over the population registry as well, and I don't think the Israeli government has ever contested Israel government population numbers, Gaza, West Bank. The US government estimates the total Palestinian population at 3 million in the West Bank and 2 million in the Gaza Strip. So they're not contesting it. West Bank and Gaza, population profile. CIA? What do they say? Is it really just this one article? Population. This is the CIA World Fact Book. Whoa, not that. Gaza Strip. Just under 2.1 million, 2023. Okay. Can we watch their music video, Israel, You're Not Alone? Yeah, maybe. Don't worry. Be interesting to see if the Israeli government actually has a different claim. Israel.gov Gaza population. The is.il.gov population registry. Do they actually talk about the population numbers though? Why would the CIA have numbers on Gaza's population but not the Israeli government? You'd think they would be a bit... Hang on. AP is happy to say 2.3 million. So it seems like almost everyone is happy with agreeing with the 2.3 million number now, apart from maybe JNS and these guys. Do these guys say anything about what Gaza's population actually might be, what they think? Oh, that is not the right article. What the hell happened there? Where is the World Bank thing? Page 8, item 6. World Bank. Item 6 isn't on... Oh, page 8 of the document. Okay, not PDF page. Item 6. Enrollment growth across 12 school grades has not been even. It can be observed in Annex Table 2. Enrollments were actually lower in grades 1 to 3 than they were in 2000. In contrast, enrollment in grades 10 to 12 increased by well over 60% during the time period. Household surveys indicate that the enrollment rate for grade 1 is almost 100%, which means that grade 1 intakes are equal to the age 6 population. With annual population growth expected to be nearly 4%, the 2000 to 2005 education plan projected that the age 6 population would increase by 24% between 1999-2000 and 2004-05. In reality, grade enrollments fell by 8% compared to a 34% increase for the preparatory grades and 55% increase for secondary grades. So that doesn't necessarily suggest a population inflation. Like artificial. When people are getting educated, especially in UNRWA schools, what argument are they making with that data? Wait, they're talking about higher rates of enrollment, which they're calling it a success. More research is needed, but there are probably two main reasons for the quite unexpected fall in enrollment intakes for basic schooling. First, fertility rates may have declined due to the social and economic upheaval of the Second Intifada. Secondly, emigration rates may have been much higher than expected. A DSP survey in Palestine reports that between 2000 and 2004, at least one person had permanently emigrated in 5% of the households and temporarily migrated in 11%. They're not saying that there's an inflation of the number, are they? Wait. They call this what? Artificial inflation. Where are they saying that? They're not saying that. The guy this JNS guy just lied. He just lied about his source. We looked at the right item. That item didn't say anything about artificial inflation of births. They don't even suggest it as a reason for the numbers changing. Huh. Why does everyone do this shit? %. I thought they just mentioned 32%, didn't they? They mentioned 30. Wait, did they even get the wrong? They didn't get the wrong number, did they? What was it? Item 6, page 8. There was a 30. Where did they say? Where did they say? 34% increase in preparatory grades. Did they just make that number up? Wait. So not only did they misinterpret the meaning of this paragraph and I guess ignore 7 where they're talking about why there's a fall of enrollment intakes, emigration, not artificial inflation. So there's not even a 32 there. This is just a completely made up paragraph. And this is what these guys are citing. Former ambassador and head of Second Thought, a US-Israel initiative. Second Thought. What, the communist YouTuber channel's name? I guess these guys do have a bit of kind of like shadow Second Thought aesthetic, don't they? Because Second Thought is like the... What would you call him? Let me see. Because Second Thought has this very kind of like preppy IKEA aesthetic. Like IKEA soft boy, communist propagandist. And these guys have the more kind of like the opposite, like the rugged barbecue American checkered shirt lumberjack look. Wow. Anyway.
0.02 births in 2021. We've had a massive decrease in the birth rate. So this is also affecting the numbers. And as in many leftist arenas in the world, people, they don't like to count the dead people anymore.
Yeah.
They just don't want to count the dead people.
So what
and
you're
so they're
saying-
saying they
yeah.
don't count the dead people.
So what you're saying is these are facts that we know of how
These are
the
facts.
Palestinian Authority operates in the West Bank, in East Jerusalem.
These are facts.
And as we'll see in a history lesson here in a second, Palestinian Authority is actually the very mild, moderate version of Hamas. And Palestinian Authority used to rule and govern Gaza before it was taken over by Hamas.
There's a lot
So
of
that being
connections.
said, you 100% cannot trust facts and statistics that are put out by the terrorist organization Hamas.
For sure. So with just the things I've mentioned, calculating that into the Judea and Samaria statistics, demographic statistics, it's actually half.
Right.
They propose that there's 3 million Arabs that live inside the Judea-Samaria region of Israel.
Right.
Well, just adding the false information that we already know about these statistics, we actually get to 1.5 million
Right.
that live inside Judea and Samaria.
Okay.
So if the world
If we take the same math,
So the world says 1.5
God, these guys are on something really exceptional, aren't they? What the fuck? Okay.
2 million Arabs in Gaza,
literally, Luke, there could be less than 1 million people in Gaza.
quite potentially. And maybe we should more than half of it because obviously Hamas is a terrorist organization that should probably be trusted even less than the Palestinian Authority.
Which, Luke, when you see numbers, when you see death tolls, when you see all the...
I'm just saying then, wait, so there's 1.5 million people in Judea and Samaria, West Bank. What's the Palestinian population then? 2.5 million? In total? 2.4 million? Let me think. Israel population. Israel's 9.5 million people. So, Israel Jewish population. 7.2 million. So 7.2 million Jews. 2 million Arabs. You would get 2.4. So you'd have 4.4 million Arabs living from the river to the sea. What's that as a percentage? Let's just add them. 7.2 million. 7.2. Okay. Total 4.4 million. Okay. So we have total of 11.6 million. 4 million. Okay. 11.6. So if you gave, so that means that between the river and the sea, Israel, West Bank, Gaza, Jerusalem, Arabs would make up just under 38% of the population. If you believe that, you put 1 million. Wait, hang on. Did I? No, I didn't. Oh, did I? Wait. Sorry, shit, wait. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay, it just moves to the decimal. Yeah, 38%. It wouldn't be 380%. So, I mean, we could have figured that one out, chill. So, I'm just saying, if the Palestinian population would only be 38%, why wouldn't you just give them voting rights? Because if the whole Israeli narrative is that when the UN partition was a thing, Jewish state population, that would have been what, 40% Arab? 45? So if they're saying that just under 40. So if they're saying that the UN partition plan was accepted by the Jewish state because they would have been okay living in a state with 40% Palestinians, why wouldn't they be okay with 37? They could just give voting rights. There'd be no worry. If you're going to use that argument, if you're going to say they accepted the partition plan because they were happy to have a Jewish state that's 40% Arab, then 38% doesn't seem that bad. You know, and they said that after the Arab revolt, and they said that after quite a lot of violence. So, they said that when al-Husseini was at the helm of all the Palestinian political, like, national organizations. So, these guys are bumping into a slightly pro-one-state argument there. Interesting.
These things. Don't believe the numbers. There's nobody that's saying. Israel has never come out and said, when we talked a few weeks ago about the children that were killed in Gaza, we don't want children to die. Nobody wants children to die. And that was very clear with the IDF. They said no children. We want to keep that. Where's the facts behind these children's deaths?
Right.
We really do not have it. It's only propagated by Hamas. So when we can't believe a demographic figure, we also can't.
And these guys don't think no kids have died, do they? I don't really know. I remember Jerusalem Post did briefly fall for this idea that this rigor mortis baby was fake. They thought it was a doll, but obviously it was rigor mortis. Like, you can look like that when you die. And Jerusalem Post ran with it for a minute and then very quickly took it back. I wonder if these guys... Wonder if they still believe that. Interesting.
Saying we cannot believe any stats that we see out of there, and this is factual information.
Josh, what else can we not believe? Might be images that you see on mainstream media. Can we take a look at that?
Luke, so I've got these things that we've been. The demographic thing has always puzzled me. I'm like, okay, it can't be true. Whenever I hear a number like that, I'm like, okay, it can't be true. And there's very factual information. The editor report, you guys click it down below, watch through this stuff. Very documented information on what we just talked about. The next thing is that I just said, I'm just going to go to Google Maps, Google Earth. Just go on there and just take your own tour. So that's what I did. I did that today. Luke, let's just throw up some pictures. Let's throw up some pictures. Okay. Guys, this is the Rafah. This is in Gaza. Rafah is
the one city that's not been attacked yet. Bro. I mean, Rafah has still been hit. There have still been strikes and like special forces operations. But it hasn't been properly invaded yet.
Small little city there in Gaza. It's a roundabout.
Can we see Gaza City?
I just want everybody to just stop and look at this.
Or Khan Yunis? Or can we? Can we? Can we see Jabalia? Can we see Deir al-Bala? Beit Hanun? Yeah, just to refresh my memory on all the fucking places in Gaza. The ones I can't pronounce? Nuzirat? I don't even know how you say that one. Nuzirat? Okay.
roundabout. Is there anything like, first off, I wouldn't have thought by the media, that, especially Luke, you showed before, that this roundabout would have existed in Gaza.
Right.
But in the middle of this roundabout in Rafah, in Gaza, is a rocket. There's a rocket sitting on top. This is like the
That is quite fucked up.
statue, you know, of like we have statues in America and our.
Do you think Hamas death figures are trustworthy? So as far as I knew, based on the past, our Gaza, I think there was articles about this, right? That when you look at Gaza Health Ministry numbers and then independent investigations afterwards, after say Cast Lead or Protective Edge, I think they've been right on raw numbers, haven't they? Generally, they've been close enough. People were trying to say that there were 11,000 numbers that were fake or something from this war, but that actually turned out to just be that they didn't have like it was like a lack of particular pieces of information, like some kind of state administration number or something like that. Like that's all they said. They didn't say that like 10,000 of the deaths were fake. But I think the raw numbers are generally more or less correct. Yeah, in the 2008 war, the ministry reported 1,440 killed. The UN said 1,385. 2014, they said 2,310 Palestinians killed. The UN reported 2,251. Now, they might be ramming it up for this war. I think I've only seen them do it once, for sure. They did it at the Al Ali strike. That 471 dead that basically everyone disagreed with, the health ministry just kept that there. They didn't move that number. Everything else, though, is it hard to believe? Like the death toll might be higher because we don't know about people who have been buried under the rubble. I don't think anyone seriously thinks it's going to be much lower. We'll only know until after other organizations can go in for sure, but, you know.
Our
Statue of Liberty?
Yeah, you know, we have like
the rocket of death.
Well,
also, Google Earth, Google Earth images are not updated all the time necessarily. How do we know that Rafah image was new? Let me see. Rafah today. Need photos of Rafah today. Because Rafah has been struck, and I'm pretty sure Rafah right now is insanely crowded because of the amount of people who have fled there. I mean, they say 1.5 million people fled to Rafah, right? So I guess the real number is probably more like 500,000 according to these guys, but there's still quite a few. And there have been strikes in Rafah. There have been a couple, actually. Okay. I wonder where that roundabout is. With the rocket at it. This one. They really did just find the nicest possible picture with all the lights and on a nice evening. Oh, God.
Gaza.
Even on our roundabouts.
Well, it's basically the symbol of Hamas because that's what they do. They shoot rockets at Israel. So it's might as well be their national flag in Gaza, right?
You know, in Tennessee, Luke, we have like these in our city centers. We have these little, you know, downtown. You know, and we have it's you know some
from the Civil War
person or something like. Okay, so in Gaza,
occasionally a slave owner, a Confederate warrior. What? Okay.
There's a rocket
rocket.
This is their symbol, a rocket. They don't have like a statue of some hero or something. No, they just got a rocket. They just got a rocket.
If they did have a statue of a hero, it would be a terrorist.
It would be a terrorist,
for sure.
yeah. Okay, so now let's check out Rafa. Okay, whoa.
Aerial photograph of Gaza?
Aerial photograph
Wait,
of
this
Gaza.
Is how many? I see photos of that roundabout on Google being used in 2022. Wait, no. What?
Check out Rafa. Oh,
You
just
can
got
do
a
this.
rocket.
Like,
They
okay,
did
you
have a
can-
statue.
you can reverse image search. How many Israeli prime ministers have been former terrorists or war criminals? Ariel Sharon, Menachem Begin, Yitzhak Shamir. It's not like. Anyway. What about this picture? I could just screenshot this and reverse image search, couldn't I? Oh wait. There's no way. There's no fucking way. There's a picture that in this picture they have a date. There's no way wait. Chat, YouTube chat, go away. No, not fuck, come back. Wait, it's Twitch chat needs to go away. Look, there's no way it says August 2020 up there, is there? There's no fucking way that not only did they pick the one city that hasn't been invaded yet, they also picked an image of the one city that hasn't been invaded yet and took an image from 2020. Guys, these are the facts. Why would you fucking stab me, bro? Why would you do that? There's no heckin' way. Why did you? No. It can't be real. It's not real, bro. Wait, what video am I watching? Hang on. Are they talking about Gaza pre-war? Oh, it's 2 years. Okay, I thought they were talking about today. Okay, never mind. Whatever. Okay.
A statue of some hero or something. No, they just got a rocket.
Yeah.
They just got a rocket.
If they did have a statue of a hero, it would be a terrorist.
It would be a terrorist,
for sure.
yeah. Okay, so now let's check out Rafa. Okay, whoa.
Aerial photograph of Gaza?
Aerial photograph
Wait,
of
this
Gaza.
is the city of Rafah.
This is the city of Rafah. Whoa, what do you know?
Oh, I sorted it by most popular. Okay.
Would never have thought that existed there. Would you, Luke?
Rip.
Just
No,
wouldn't.
probably not.
Okay, let's go. Let's see if they got a mosque. Whoa, nice mosque. My gracious.
Pretty good looking.
Okay, and then
Wasn't Rabin a war criminal? From 48, the expulsions at Lida and Ramla? Yeah, that would have been probably a war crime. Although war crimes weren't so much of a concept back then.
whoa. Now, Luke, you got to be
Those
kidding
are
me. There is
beautiful.
flowers in Gaza? There's flowers?
Well, before Israel pulled out in the 2005 disengagement, Gaza was famous for Israeli agriculture that was exported all around the world, including beautiful greenhouses, which the Palestinians destroyed.
Yeah.
But agriculture is still something that is done by Palestinian,
The Palestinians did not destroy the greenhouses. I feel like this is the Ben Shapiro thing. They spoke about this in 2005, the New York Times, the greenhouses. It was Palestinians did loot some of the greenhouses because, again, the pullout did not have a negotiated transfer of power, but it was settlers who demolished the greenhouses. Like the actual demolitions, about half of them were already dismantled by the owners because they didn't want to give it up to Gazans. But that's a really popular right-wing talking point. I only tend to hear it from right-wing Americans, people like Ben Shapiro or these guys, apparently. That they say that the Israelis left Gaza and all the Palestinians did was just destroyed everything. They destroyed all the greenhouses. It's like, well, no, the settlers destroyed at least half of the greenhouses. And then the other greenhouses that were left, as far as I know, some of them got looted, but I think the structures were left intact. Like some of them were just repurposed. I don't think there was ever actually any evidence of Palestinians destroying any like large amount of the greenhouses. Funny that.
honest, peace-loving Palestinians in Gaza. So yes, you should find some agriculture in Gaza.
Luke, but there's enough room.
Yeah. Hey, whoa, you mean for a field?
There's a field of flowers in Gaza. Okay. I don't want to make light of this. Like, there's people that are talking real stuff. This is real. This is a picture from Gaza. Okay.
What else do we see here?
We got beautiful beach.
That literally looks like a resort area to me.
It's like that isn't okay. If
That
you guys
also-
are baffled,
this
like
also
I am,
looks like a resort.
Okay, yeah,
It's gotta
that's-
be a
that's
hotel.
The,
or-
that's the white.
Lazy Israelis say Arabine, but it's technically not correct. My name is Eitan, but everyone says Eitan. Me too.
I feel like TTS is the worst way to communicate that, but thank you so much for the $10, Eitan. I really appreciate that. Let me see. 1 second. You can do this with literally anywhere, right? Like you can put in Democratic Republic of Congo resort, and you can find resorts, even though this is one of the most dangerous countries in the world. That this was a country ravaged by civil wars with like local warlords for like decades, and okay, but I guess there are some nice places. Okay, resorts in Haiti. Oh yeah, look at that. This is the side of Haiti that you've never seen before. These are the facts, bro. Somalia? Is there any country that you can't just find nice resorts in? Must be one. There must be one where every photo you see is just shithole. Afghanistan. Surely there's no more resorts in Afghanistan. 2024. TripAdvisor. You just look up random pictures of Afghanistan. Well, actually, you can't just say Afghanistan. You have to say like countryside, and then you got all these beautiful like mountainsides and valleys and rivers and shit. Oh well.
Chalet. Wow.
I wonder if Airbnbs are cheap in Gaza.
But I know this looks like a great vacation spot.
Bro.
We have the
here's another one.
the Grand Chalet, the White Chalet.
Yeah.
Okay. What in the world? Okay,
Another aerial photograph.
Gaza. Okay, look, this is Gaza City.
Doesn't look that crowded. Looks like a normal city.
I mean, it looks nice. This is Gaza City aerial view. At least that's what Google says, guys. I just literally went on and took these off Google. Gaza City.
What else we got?
How about the Blue Beach Resort over there on the side? Yeah, you see that? That's a resort. What is a resort doing? This nice building. I don't know what that is. I just saw that. I was like, wow, that's pretty nice. The Cedar Restaurant and Cafe.
like
Somebody's
a great mall.
going to a restaurant. Somebody's drinking coffee. Looks like some normal life.
This next
the
photo.
Roots Hotel. What in the world? That
That's
just doesn't look like
beautiful.
what we've heard. How about the University of Palestine?
Some kind of stadium.
It's actually quite weird watching this now, knowing that it's an old video. Like, Uh-oh. Snaps from 100 meters south of that square that they pictured. Right now. This is Rafah now. Yeah, I thought Rafah's probably quite crowded now. Facts.
Stadium
I
there.
feel weird making this into a segment because of how because I thought I was watching a new video. Fuck. Even though we caught like 3 or 4 pieces of pretty embarrassing disinformation on them on their half with the population numbers that they were citing and shit. Oh, well.
How about the Islamic University of Gaza? Wow. Nice, Luke. And a theme park?
Maybe Gaza has a theme
Oh yeah,
park?
100%. Someone said in chat. Someone noticed that. Yeah, it look a lot of these photos. You can tell they've boosted the saturation.
was under Egyptian military rule.
Incredible slides here that literally I just spent a few hours just online and looking around and just seeing what I was like. I really got engulfed in it, Luke, because I was like, whoa, I can go down into the streets of Gaza and like zigzag through the street.
We'll double check that they boosted the saturation actually. And this one looks the most transparently edited one, but I think if you just take a screenshot and reverse image search, it should work, right? Let's see. 0 matches. What? How else am I supposed to get the... Excuse the guy's name? Gaza. It's AI generated. Oh, God. All of his newer pictures are... He's an Instagram poster. Like, all of his images now are just obviously war images. I just put Gaza 2020. Use Google instead of whatever that shit website is. This is Google, you shit. I was looking at this was reverse image search. Hang on. Let's try this. Well, I can reverse image search on Google, can I? Google. Search by image. Okay. Here we go. Oh yeah, look, this is, so this is the original this is the picture that I've got. You can see the original. They have absolutely boosted the saturation to make it look nicer. Look at that. Like, what an incredible propaganda move. Like, why would you, the fact that they did that consciously, did they do that with every image? This one looks fucked with as well, actually. Let's see. Google Lens. Well, that one's probably about the same. Okay. So they did it with one. Let's see here. The flowers. That's a pretty nice picture. Right. Okay. They only did it with one. All right.
Pulled out in the
You're reaching a bit. No, I'm not. They did it to at least one image. What are you talking about?
2005 disengagement.
I can go down into the streets of Gaza and like zigzag through the streets and Google
and
Earth.
I mean, what we're saying, go check it out for yourself. You've got to see this. Look online. And for the information and the facts and statistics we're quoting, source links in the description below. Josh, we don't have a lot of time left, but I do want people to understand, okay, quick history lesson. Okay, what is Gaza and what happened in recent history there? Okay, Gaza was ruled by the Ottoman Empire until World War I. The whole area, right, was ruled by the Turkish Ottoman Empire. After World War I, became part of the League of Nations Mandate of Palestine under British rule. 1947, the UN, when the mandate ended, UN agreed to a partition plan for Palestine, which called for Gaza to be part of the Arab state, but Arabs rejected and declared 6 countries declared war on Israel, tried to wipe them out. Israel won the war, but when the fighting stopped, Egypt ruled Gaza. Okay, Jordan ruled the West Bank. Egypt ruled Gaza. It was under Egyptian military rule. Basically from 1949 to 1967, there was a little break there where Israel regained it, but then gave it back to Egypt. After the Six-Day War in 1967, Israel regained control of Gaza. Okay, Oslo Accords come around in 1993. Israel, according to the Oslo Accords, Israel begins a transfer of authority in 1994.
They're not really going to talk about why Israel moved out of Gaza in 56, are they? With the embarrassment of the Suez Canal crisis. Okay. Even America had to give them a slap on the wrist for that one. Okay.
Or to the
or what they did when they were there. Because there were at least 2 massacres. Eunice, please. Yeah. In 56. Okay. All right.
Palestinian Authority, which came out of the Palestine Liberation Organization, which is the PLO. The Palestinian government, led by Yasser Arafat, who's the leader of the PLO, he had a really hard time. And this is where a lot of the problems in Judea and Samaria and Gaza come from even today, because Hamas is a terrorist organization. They don't function as a government. And the Palestinian Authority is almost a terrorist organization. They barely function as a government, right? So Yasser Arafat, even in the 1990s, when they started transferring power over to him to rule in Gaza, he had a terrible time with economy, public support, Israel's working with Israel to get troops withdrawn and things like that. And also, I thought this was interesting, the threat of terrorism from militant Muslim groups such as Islamic Jihad and Hamas. The Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Hamas still operate in Gaza today, and Hamas, as we're going to see in a second, took over Gaza. Okay, in an effort to end all the fighting and make things more peaceful, Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon decided to withdraw Israel from the Gaza Strip, and that happened in 2005. Okay, well, the Palestinian Authority was supposed to govern the Gaza Strip, right? Mm-hmm. After Israel completely withdrew, it only took a year, maybe less, for the Hamas terrorist organization to completely take over, kick out Fatah. Fatah is Palestinian Authority, that controlled them. And since then, they've basically been gone from Gaza, okay? People didn't like Fatah at first because they had dominated Palestinian politics since the 1950s. But they thought maybe at first Hamas would be better. Hamas has been way, way, way worse. And as soon as Hamas took over control of Gaza, they were condemned by the United States, European Union, and Israel. And those 3 bodies actually put sanctions on the Gaza Strip. You think Israel is the one sanctioning the Gaza Strip. When Hamas took over in 2006, the European Union and the United Nations, together with Israel, actually imposed sanctions because Hamas is a designated terrorist organization. Okay, so that's actually what happened. Now, to finish off with a couple of quick, what I call real Gaza facts, right?
The real ones.
Facts.
In politically stable times, in normal times, as much as 1/10 of the Palestinian population in Gaza travels into Israel on a daily basis for work.
Okay, Luke, you're saying there's not
they're actually employed.
What's this blockade
in
stuff?
Israel? Actually employed in Israel.
You're saying
now,
when they're not shooting rockets, they can actually come in?
Yeah, when rockets are being shot, Israel, they close the borders because, you don't really allow people that are shooting rockets at you to come into your country for work, right?
Luke,
but
did
in normal
you just say
times,
that? Can you say that? Like, I think that's like common sense.
Have you ever heard that on mainstream media?
No. I don't know why nobody said that.
In the
I don't really know why they act as if like the work permit system is some kind of like privilege and shit. It doesn't help that the unemployment rate in Gaza was like 40 or 50%. So, okay.
Last conflict with Gaza last month, right? We were reporting on the conflict here in Gaza, here in Israel from Gaza. Rockets from Gaza actually fell on their own electricity lines that were inside Israel. Why are electricity lines going to Gaza from inside Israel? Well, you guessed it. Israel provides Gaza with power and water.
Yeah.
And helps them out with a whole lot of other things.
And telecommunications and utilities, you name it.
So
it all comes from Israel.
They actually cut out their own.
Pretty sure with the war, don't they sell that? Yeah, it sells the war. It doesn't just give it to them.
Own power by shooting rockets at Israel. Not only that, Israel allows tons and tons of humanitarian aid into Gaza. They have ever since they withdrew. They're sending aid into Gaza and allowing it to go into Gaza. And during the last war with Gaza, They decided, even during the fighting, because the Palestinian people of Gaza are suffering so much, Israel decided to send a convoy into Gaza. 8 trucks made it in, and Hamas started shooting rockets at the crossing that was allowing the humanitarian aid into Gaza. A IDF soldier that was...
Do you think it should be free? That's not the point. The point is that they were saying they give it to them. I don't know why you would say they give it to them when they're actually selling it to them. You don't think that's dishonest, Josh Murphy? Or are you too much of a biased hack to notice when I'm correcting a fact? Like, fuck you.
Facilitating was injured from shrapnel. And they do this because they know that they can portray Israel in a negative light by the world reporting conflict, rocket shot, and humanitarian aid was stopped into Gaza, right?
Well, that's what they
they
reported
absolutely
that, Luke. I remember it coming across live. They reported it. Israel stops humanitarian aid. They don't say Israel stops humanitarian aid because Hamas bombed the crossing.
Right.
I mean, that sounds like some information that would be good to share.
One more thing I want to finish. We got to wrap up here. But I found some statistics on schools in Gaza.
Yeah.
In 2010, illiteracy among Gazan youth was less than 1%. That's really good.
Yeah.
According to UNRWA, with the UN body that helps
hides missiles underneath
Palestinians. Yes. Also true. Different topic for another show.
There
were
sorry.
According to UNRWA figures, there are 640 schools in Gaza, 383 government schools, 221 UNRWA schools, and 30.
I feel like apart from the population thing, what was it? The population fuck up where they said, what was it? They estimated the population of Gaza might actually be less than 1 million. Fuck me. Because of that one article that just like completely misquoted the World Bank and made up a conclusion. But I feel like a lot of this is, a lot of the way they're talking here is it's just like, they're kind of just like mostly picking facts. And when you do like, it makes me wonder that you can really do the whole history of Israel-Palestine from either side. And you don't even actually need to lie about any of it, but you can still just be selective and you can tell a pretty convincing story for either side. It's more like the omission is the big thing. Like talking about how Israel, they went into Gaza in 56 and then they gave it back. And it's like, that is a really shady way of summarizing what exactly happened in 56 when they literally fucking teamed up with France and the UK to try and go into Egypt to like the fucking Suez Canal crisis. And then the way that they committed at least like 2 massacres in Gaza when they were there. And then just got completely humiliated on the world stage by the United States and the UN when they were basically just forced to leave. Like, they don't really bring that part up. Like, and this is again, you can see the thing going the other way as well, because I think if some people just get into a position where they're unarguable. And like this Josh Murphy retard is one of them. Like when they're saying they give water to Gaza, that's because they're trying to sell you a narrative. They're trying to sell you a narrative that makes it look like Israel is benevolent, that Israel is like not just neutral or morally complex or understandable, but like the good guy. So when they say give, it's because give sounds better than sell. But when you correct it, they just say, oh, should they give it away for free? Do you think that's not the point? The point isn't whether or not they should give it. The point is that they're not giving it. So why would you say they are? If you don't think they should give aid, don't say that they're giving them fucking water. Don't say that. Don't lie. Just tell the truth. They sell them water. The problem is when you say they sell them water, suddenly that doesn't really sound like a great point in your favor. It's like,
36 private schools, and they serve almost 500,000 children in Gaza. That does not sound like a third world country. They also have 9 universities.
Especially when they were so pedantic about that densely populated area thing, without ever acknowledging that it is actually one of the densest places if you count it as a country, which makes sense to count as a country because when the war between Israel and Gaza is happening, that actually matters, right? It matters that you're defining the borders of somewhere. So when you talk about like wars between nations, anyway, whatever.
Cities in Gaza. Okay, I want to mention one thing as we wrap up, and that is we don't belittle any of the suffering of the Gaza people, because they do suffer. In the images that I showed, I pulled them off Google. The images that I showed at the beginning of the bombed out buildings and just terrible destruction, yes, they're most likely true, right?
And we know that some people
And
die.
there are areas in
people die.
Gaza that have been hit hard, a lot of destruction. It is 100% the fault of Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. But yes, the people of Gaza do suffer, but it's not what...
I don't think they said give. Let's see. Give. 29. Water. Provides Gaza with power and water.
Going to Gaza from inside Israel? Well, you guessed it. Israel provides Gaza with power and water.
Yeah.
And helps them out with a whole lot of
and
other things.
telecommunications and utilities.
Right. Rockets from Gaza actually fell on their own electricity lines that were inside Israel. Why are electricity lines going to Gaza from inside Israel? Well, you guessed it. Israel provides Gaza with...
Again, like when you're like, I can't believe it. Again, what are you talking about? Like, why would that be an interesting fact if you're not implying that it's being given? Because if he said, you guessed it, Israel sells water to Gaza, they'd be like, well, okay, they're selling it. They're getting money for it. What? Okay.
Jihad.
Fuck off.
But yes, the people of Gaza do suffer, but it's not what you think. It's not what you imagine. It's not what you see on Google, and it's definitely not what you see in mainstream media. So make sure you remember that. Guys, check out our source links.
Imagine if someone said that now. Hey, would you guys believe it? They're providing Gaza with water right now. Like, okay. Box, did you see Vadim saying your and Destiny's trip to Israel is being funded by Israel? Nah. No, he didn't say that. Nah. He didn't say. There's no way. That wouldn't make any sense if he said that. That wouldn't make sense. That would be, where do you say that? Where? 7 hours ago? 7? $14 hours ago? Where? Why am I only hearing about this now? Did he not say it, or did someone else say it? He may have said they're providing you guys at where? Is it in the Destiny thread? Wait, Destiny? Nobody knows less about Destiny than his orbiters. Blah, 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 blah. 16 hours. Where? Oh, he's arguing about it here. Okay. Is there any particular tweet? You can send it to me in... Control F trip. Did he even know I'm involved in this? Does he even know that? Is he implicating me? Oh, is this all under one thread? Is this all under one bigger thread? Okay. No way. Destiny should say silent on this topic when he's so biased in the direction of Israel that he admitted that Israel invited him to country free of charge. Did not know, but that's the least surprising thing I've heard all day. Lamau, instead of what evidence do you have of that, you literally just take it at face value. Come on, man. Ben Shapiro's biceps. It's no secret that Israel invites and often foots the bill for his celebrities and influencers who make trips that aid with their public outreach / Hasbara. If Destiny didn't actually say that, okay. But it's not hard to believe all I'm saying. Where am I implicated here? he shouldn't really be making that assumption about anyone, but I think it would matter a lot more if he was making it about me, because he's actually on speaking terms with me. Like, he could have just asked rather than assumed it. But apparently, scroll up, nerd. Where is he saying it though? Where am I implicated? Am I? Is it in this thread? Someone needs to send this to. Wait, if you've got it, Conro, type your name. Like, just name search on Twitter. What an idea. You were arguing with him. All right. Not sure if you're mentioned. It's about the trip in general. Oh, whatever. Oh, wait. I am mentioned. But this is someone else. I saw his stream when he made the tweet and he was planning it out with Learnerbox. What else? Macbeth just dodged you. What? What do you mean? Why are people... What? You guys are weird. Amnesty. ICJ lady. Old. Okay. You should go to Israel. You'd love it. Oh, I know. Don't worry. A country full of Josh Murphys. Wait, so no, he's not responding to someone who's mentioned me, though, so I don't think he even knows I'm involved. Indoctrination. What's this thread even about? Oh. What happened to you? How did you go from silly cat videos to parroting stuff I've literally heard Nick Fuentes say? Not 100% of this, but feeling exploratory on it. I've had a ton of right-wing Zionist types offer to give me tours/visits to places in Israel. Are there any orgs or NGOs or anything else that do something similar to visit the West Bank? Post-hoc tweet. One of the replies mentioned me. Yeah, but people, I don't imagine reading all the replies. It's a reply in a different argument. So if two people start arguing in the replies of my tweet, I would see the beginning of the argument. I would see like this, but I don't think I would see the responses to this and the people this guy's fighting with. Like, who's this guy fighting with? I don't know. Twitter's... Normally, you'd be able to click on this individual tweet and look at the replies here, but I guess Twitter's weird now? Okay. Wait, what was he even saying? Oh, river to the sea implies that everything from the Jordan to the Mediterranean should be a single state of Palestine. Hamas is the administrator, so yeah, Hamas would take power. They'd go mental. Okay. It doesn't matter what you chant to people, this intent on portraying anti-war, anti-genocide protesters as terrorists. If you change it simply to free Palestine, it'll be, what exactly do you think Palestinians should be free from? A world in which Jews are alive? I guess, so that means you can say anything. You can literally call for anything because they'll accuse you of it anyway. What? I hate that. This argument's so bad. I hate it so much. Ugh. Not a strong argument, I would say. Not very strong. I'm actually with Finkelstein on this. I'm actually a Finkelstan. You responded to that after telling him I say free Palestine. Okay. Where are you? What's your Twitter name? Conro? Or are you just shit stirring for no reason? Is this you? That's a close name to yours. No. At Conro. Oh, there. Oh, you're Ben Shapiro's biceps. Okay. Good Twitter user. I've seen your tweets before. All right. Okay. I say free Palestine because they deserve their own state, free of occupation, after this war ends. I, however, don't want to be that to be at the cost of Israel's existence, which is why I don't advocate for a one-state solution. Your take is reductive. If you happen to be characterizing the protests as pro-Hamas or pro-terrorism like Destiny, and that the protesters don't overwhelmingly seek equal rights and a free and fair democracy in the region, have you? Oh my God, bro! Have you seen their? That's okay. Whatever. When the protests are including the voices of people who are calling everyone a Zionist and to destroy Israel, it's crazy they don't root them out. Calling these stupid protesters out isn't working against a two-state solution. The Biden administration already supports two-state. Hundreds of thousands of Jews have been protesting and at the forefront of these protests. And they've spoken in great numbers about how safe they feel. No. Genuine hate is vile. But not only are you never going to root it out completely from both sides, I love identity politics from the far left, buddy. Slogans calling for Israel to be dismantled, destroyed. You need to give examples. Hundreds of thousands. Worldwide. Is it? You would also never have Israeli state sympathizers who don't insist there's hate when there is none. Okay. Tone policing like a door. Okay. Whatever. Don't care. That's not really.
In the description below. Make sure to subscribe. And in the meantime, be strong, be courageous, and be the voice of Joshua and Caleb in your generation.
Oh no.
Hi guys, if you enjoyed the show, make sure you
Thank God these cowboys are here to keep the Israelis safe, eh? That's the iron wall of anti-Semitism. Okay. Maybe I'll watch more of their recent content one day, but not right now, okay? Just wanted to get a feel for them, you know? Just wanted to get some feelers, get my feelers out for the lads. All right, hang on. Let me read out super chats and then reset the bars. And then let's talk about the hostages, because there might actually be a pro-Hassan moment in this stream, believe it or not. Might actually happen. We might do some Hassan apologia, if you're prepared for it. Okay. They're evangelicals, they're not Jewish now. How did Lornabox find this channel? I was recommended it. I will literally leave. I mean, it's going to be facts. Don't worry. It'll be straight facts. Conservative box. What? Who the fuck is conservative? Why would you call yourself that? Is that infringement? I've done characters before. I've done a MAGA box character, not a conservative box though. Shit. Oh well. Crackhead Barney. This is just Olive posting the video. Cool. I think that's a good idea. She should do that. I like this. The good post. We need to let liberals lead on. This post was so funny. Oh God, it was so. People were so angry. Oh God. Proven rate of success with political movements from MLK to Nelson Mandela. Political organization, less likely to have revenge fantasies, better articulating their beliefs in a manner that won't make me cringe, like to feel good when advocating for oppressed people. Nelson Mandela was a liberal? Well, he was, that's maybe, that's a slightly harder one to push, like calling him a liberal, but he wasn't a communist. He didn't turn, he could have gone the communist route with the ANC, but he didn't, right? Wait, hang on. Because they could have done the, what do you call it? He had a brief membership in the South African Communist Party. He did like Castro. He had good relations with communists because they supported anti-apartheid. But he also had friends. He had good relations with the Queen as well. So hopefully it's not that idol grabbing thing. Does his membership in the Communist Party diminish him? Close ties between liberation movement, Soviet Union, China help him explain the hostility that people like Reagan and Thatcher had towards the ANC. The enemy of my enemy was my friend. Yeah. But he didn't go the Mugabe way, right? Forbes. His view of South African capitalism was misunderstood by the left. People don't even know whether he was a member of the Communist Party. Perhaps he was, perhaps he wasn't. Okay. Capitalist country. Blah, blah, blah. All right. He was pro two states, though. He was pro Israel existing, which isn't the most. I wonder if it's just one of those things where people just try to grab him in each direction. I would imagine rhetorically he would have aligned more with socialists, but in practice he seems to have aligned more with liberal democracy and social democracy because that's what they went for with the ANC. Unless he was just outvoted, or the ANC supported socialism, or he did, but the rest of the ANC didn't. Don't know. Might be worth researching. Also, MLK is pretty unambiguous, right? Like MLK was not a communist. That's revisionism. I love anyone who says that's revisionism is probably a revisionist. Anyway, they leave out that he was on the Western watch list in 2008 to whitewash the fact that the West vehemently opposed him because he was a literal communist who supported armed resistance. Okay. Literal communist. MLK wasn't a liberal. Again, MLK, social democracy, right? Like it's kind of, I don't know why this is being downvoted. MLK was far more racial and influenced by social ideas than the modern image suggests. But then they reference him saying social democracy. Egalitarian social democracy. Okay. What a funny thread. The fact that they mentioned Mandela and MLK is very, very funny. Let's see. MK, the armed party wing. Most early members were white communists who concealed Mandela in their homes. Later in life, Mandela denied ever being a member of the Communist Party. Strongly suggests he was there in the 50s or 60s. Joined in the late 50s or early 60s. Mike from PA is calling AOC a psyop. He should get together with that Project Veritas guy and ambush her again. Oh, God. Remember, he introduced a Project Veritas guy to her. Oh, shit. Because he had a BLM t-shirt on. Fuck me. Show the clip. Did Mandela support the ANC fighting in Rhodesia and Namibia? Yeah. I know definitely Namibia. This is a surfs video of it. The surfs watched this. What are we saying?
So
this guy.
we
I just wanted the clip. Come on. Oh, that's another surfs clip. What? Come on. Fuck's sake. Oh, I don't, can't be fuck finding it. Don't care. They need to be more readily available. I swear fucking Destiny has like a folder because every time Mike from PA comes up, he just has all the clips ready. He must have a folder somewhere. The Mike from PA red button under his desk that he just presses every time Mike is mentioned. Ethics teacher.
I'm a graduate student.
Can you respond to me?
I don't know how it is. I don't know how it is in America, but I'm pretty sure in the UK, like you're not really supposed to shout at cops. Like they'll arrest you for that, especially you're up in their face and shit. Yeah.
Are you such a coward that you can't respond?
Why are you? Oh, she called him a coward. Oh no.
Give me a reason why you're doing this. I go to the school. I have a right to go here.
Holy shit. They don't have the training, these guys. This is not. They don't have the training. We definitely scream at cops here. Okay. So. That guy running away, though. What the fuck, man? Where's he gonna go? They're saying let them go, or let her go. This is in Georgia. Oh, no volume. I think he called himself a socialist. What, MLK or Mandela? People who tried to say that MLK was a socialist, they just cling on to this one quote where he says, "I'm more in line with socialism than with capitalism on my economic policies." That's like the quote that everyone tries to grab, but they don't really acknowledge the fact that when he's talking about socialism, like nothing he talks about is incompatible with just standard social democracy. And it also doesn't mention that from the 50s all the way until like the year that he died, he was giving talks on how he believed that communism was not the answer. He was pretty scathing against communism, actually. But people just ignore that. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, his approach to nonviolence, his approach to optics, his approach to general, like, policy, he would have been called a shit lib. Like, he absolutely would have been. Let's have a look at, let's contrast this video with a good MLK quote, okay? Because not enough people say this. Not enough people do this one. I've done it, but I've told you guys this quote, but I haven't done it enough times either. It's just in no sense do I advocate evading or defying the law, as would the rabid segregationist. That would lead to anarchy. One who breaks an unjust law must do so openly, lovingly, and with a willingness to accept the penalty. I submit that an individual who breaks a law that conscience tells him is unjust, and who willingly accepts the penalty of imprisonment in order to arouse the conscience of the community over its injustice, is in reality expressing the highest respect for law. This is why actually I actually respect the Just Stop Oil protesters or the Extinction Rebellion people, because I went to one Just Stop Oil protest talk, the one that actually ended up but with Celery doing stuff with them, like joining them, and they were talking about stories about the civil rights movement and MLK and stuff like that. And like they actually knew the history of like what they were taking inspiration from. And that's what they would do. They would have workshops. They would teach each other how to handle getting arrested by the cops. That's why when you ever see these videos, do you see how they all do the same thing? They all just kind of like dead weight and let the cops, because that's their way. They don't fight back. They don't frustrate the process by fighting back. It's like the way that they frustrate the process whilst not getting into a massive scuffle is that they just dead weight, so that you need like 3 or 4 cops to pick them up and put them in the truck, and that's what they do. That's how they do it, and they do a really good job at it. They're actually quite disciplined in dealing with that stuff. They're actually like, but that there's a process behind that. It's not spontaneous. Obviously, they actually go through workshops and they actually make sure that everyone is on the same page about how to deal with it. Anyone can act like a stone, big fucking deal. I'm sorry, I'm just saying that compared to this, okay, when protesters behave in that way, it's not an accident, because clearly these goons don't have the training, they don't have the discipline, they haven't gone through the process. They've spent the last few weeks or days or whatever, how long these protests have been going on, telling each other that you shouldn't tone police, you shouldn't optics manage, you just do like, and supporting like terrorists and chanting about rockets and bombing Tel Aviv. Yeah, and obviously having the privilege to do so as private university students, Ivy League, 60 to 80 grand a year, whatever. I'm just saying that's the difference. You can't just get a protest group together and just expect them all to behave in a way that is going to like manage their appearance in the media. And you can tell, because without that movement discipline, which these guys clearly do not have that much of, this is what happens. You just have them flailing like headless chickens. God.
God! Oh my God! You people are fascists! You are Hitler! You are rabid dogs! Shame on you! May you never live another day!
I am a professor!
Wait, what did he say?
I'm a professor!
Live another day! May you never live another day!
May you never live another day. Is that what he said?
I am a professor!
Every professor, everyone!
I am a professor of economics!
You are rabid dogs! You are fascists!
It was a peaceful protest until they started fighting troopers.
Like I said, they were mostly peaceful until they started fighting with us.
Fighting troopers.
What did they say?
It was a peaceful protest until they started fighting troopers.
I know that last word he's saying, but said they were.
It was a peaceful protest.
It was a peaceful protest.
Until they started fighting troopers.
They were fighting troopers. Okay.
I agree with you.
L-I-N. I reacted impulsively. I apologize.
No, you're right. It's right to rebel. I'm gonna share this.
This guy is fucking soy voicing. Okay, so she's calmed down. Oh no.
Please remove the handcuffs.
Get back! Get back!
No, he did not call them party poopers. Well, a combination of American cops. Oh, God. A combination of American cowboy cops who are definitely a lot more rough than fucking British ones. It's a combination of that and protesters who did not do the how to get arrested workshop. What to do when they try to move you or arrest you.
You're hurting me! Just don't lift me! You're hurting me! Ow! 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 Help! Help!
Is there someone laughing in the background? Wait, hear me out, guys. Hear me out. This guy. Okay, listen, guys. Just got a suggestion for you guys, okay? I think we know. Listen, guys. Listen, hear me out. I think we all know. We all know what this guy's Twitter profile picture is, right? We all know. We all know that this guy's Twitter profile picture is sorry. Fuck me. Okay, hey, good one, guys. 10 out of 10. I'm sorry. Did my stream rewind? No. I'm not going to do the other joke twice. Sorry, whatever. Okay. You had to be there. It was better the first time. Okay. I don't think any of these protesters should be mocked. To be honest, look up Kent State. Nah, I think it's okay to mock them. They literally like sneered and hand waved or like just completely dismissed the idea of having any kind of discipline around chants, around protest behavior, around their approach. They thought they were above it. They thought that they could just do or say whatever the fuck they want. They didn't call out their own. They didn't consider what you might have to do as a protester if the cops come. That's they kind of did that to themselves a wee bit, okay? I don't think every cop acted in the best way, obviously. Cops are aggressive fuckers, but again, if you know the cops are aggressive fuckers, if you know that, if you're in the mind space of these guys, of these Ivy League fucking, like, far left protesters who are okay with pro-Hamas chants, you probably actually think these cops are indistinguishable from the SS in the way that they behave. You probably think that they murder like tens of thousands of protests in the United States a year. So you should actually be quite prepared for dealing with cops. But they weren't. I guess they thought they were above it, or they just forgot, or I don't know, whatever. They're too busy saying that anyone who comes in and tries to make any suggestions about how to manage your public impressions or how to deal with cops or how to discipline yourselves, they were all just like, no, that's tone policing. Okay. Well, that's what you get. That's what happens. Anyway. Let me find this clip. Ugh. It's an impromptu demonstration. Did they not have lecturers and people? They were inviting people to have talks and things like that. They were able to invite Finkelstein. They had Hassan turning up. They had their professors there. I don't know. Maybe it's just something I missed, but every time, if I've ever done protesting stuff, even if it was on the day, I think during the general strike, when we were doing protests, and there was even like a student occupation going on because the principal was being a dickhead. Like that was all happening when I was in uni. I'm pretty sure when there was a march, you were told how to deal with cops. They didn't just send you out there into the wilderness like a fucking goon, right? And actually what they had was when because there was a general strike rally, and we were marching from the uni to the general strike, and we did this thing where we like walked in the road to just get like a little bit of attention, just like at the last 30 seconds of the march, and a cop came up to speak to us to say that like, oh, health and safety, blah, blah, blah. But again, even in that case, like we made sure that it was like the organizer, like the main guy or like the student union president guy, whatever, was the one to talk to the cops because he actually like knew what to say and how to deal with that situation. And there was a whole thing about like figuring out like the red lines and shit like that because some fucking socialist dude was talking about how we should fucking break into the principal's office or like walk on the road or like try to like occupy some of the fucking shops and shit like that afterwards. I'm like, yeah. And then, yeah, there were red lines drawn. They were like, okay, here's the things we should do. Here's the things we shouldn't do. Like, yeah, it's just, so if that can happen in a 1-day protest, I feel like a student protest where they've had time to organize talks and things like that, they should have probably considered that if they didn't want to move, when they had time to, but didn't they like build barricades and shit like that? If they had time to do that, then they had time to discuss how they were going to deal with the cops, rather than just having this completely disorganized fucking mess where you've got like some people thinking that we should fight the cops, or some people thinking we should run away in the middle of this field, or some people thinking we should scream at them and call them cowards, or some people like, then you just have that, you have a mess. And the problem is that once a few of those people start fighting the cops, even if they're the best cop in the world, they're going to get vigilant. They're going to start to get jumpy. They're going to start to be in a bit more of a threatened state because they don't know what else people are going to try to do. So yeah, and then they get more aggressive in turn. And because the cops get more aggressive, the students get more jumpy, and then they start being more unpredictable. And then you just get a fucking mess. So it actually, and that's where you end up in situations where people can actually get hurt, like really, really badly. I'm sorry, but you're not dealing with fucking Bull Connor anymore. Like these guys aren't. You're Ivy League students, okay? The cops are fucking, most of those cops in this video a lot of those cops were black, all right? Okay, you're not dealing with Dixiecrat Bull Connor with the fucking hoses and the dogs. So, that's so irrelevant that they're black. When I'm comparing it to Bull Connor, where it was black protesters in Jim Crow America versus white cops. That's why I mentioned that they were black. Anyway. I'm not saying black cops are like nicer than white cops. So chill. Fuck. You would have said Selma Bridge was bad optics. I know you think that, Ellen, because you're really retarded. Like, what? Those non-violent protesters who discipline... those non-violent protesters who I made a video about how they disciplined themselves to make sure that no matter how the camera angles or the press tried to spin it, the protesters made sure that they were always going to look like the ones who were being attacked and not the other way around. That protest? You think that's comparable to this? I know you do, because you're a surface level fucking retard, and like all you do is just post like shit posty fucking gotchas in YouTube chat that you don't know anything about in any detail. So yeah, whatever. Makes sense. Makes sense. I literally just compared them to Just Stop Oil, who I think are actually quite good with optics. But anyway. Because the way the Just Stop Oil guys handle cops is very simple, is much more in common with the Selma people than this. But okay. There were riots when MLK died. Why are you talking about Selma and then the riots when MLK died as if these are comparable things? Wait, hang on. What the are you fucking kidding me? A protest that was organized by the civil rights movement led by MLK and the SCLC and the SNCC and the Southern people who were specifically trained and disciplined to be nonviolent, versus the MLK riots that were a sporadic outburst that was obviously not led by MLK because MLK was fucking dead. The fuck? What next? Was MLK a Black Panther? We're just going to use them as the same example. Like, the fuck? Oh, God. Oh, God. Lonerbox saying the NAACP should stop these MLK riots. Do you know who else said that people shouldn't riot? It was MLK. So, what? If you read anything other than the white moderate quote, then yeah, you would know that. Let's have a look. Let's get some MLK in here. Let's go. Let's see. MLK. Non-violence. 16.
60 minutes. Rewind.
Now what I'm saying is this. I would like for all of us to believe in nonviolence, but I'm here to say tonight that if every Negro in the United States turns against nonviolence, I'm going to stand up as a lone voice and say this is the wrong way.
Wait, this is actually 60s Lonerbox in blackface. What the fuck? Why is he... This is unethical. Why is 60s Lonerbox saying all the things Lonerbox would say in blackface? Why is he doing that?
I will never change in my basic idea that nonviolence is the most potent weapon available to the Negro in his struggle for freedom and justice. I think for the Negro to turn to violence would be both impractical and immoral.
There is an increasingly vocal minority who disagreed totally with your tactics, Dr. King.
There's no doubt about that. I will agree that there is a group in the Negro community advocating violence now. I happen to feel that this group represents a numerical minority. Surveys have revealed this. The vast majority of Negroes still feel that the best way to deal with the dilemma that we face in this country is through nonviolent resistance. And I don't think this vocal group will be able to make a real dent in the Negro community in terms of swaying 22 million Negroes to this particular point of view. And I contend that the cry of black power is at bottom a reaction to the reluctance of white power to make the kind of changes necessary to make justice a reality for the Negro. I think we've got to see that a riot is the language of the unheard. And what is it that...
Now play riots in the language of the unheard. Like what, you think that's a contradiction? Is that because you haven't read the full thing?
America has failed to hear. It has failed to hear that the economic plight of the Negro... Oh,
you hear someone saying, I can understand why this thing happens, and you think it means this thing should happen. That's what you think. Ah, okay, gotcha.
Poor has worsened over the last few years.
How many summers like this one do you imagine that we can expect?
Long, hot summer, they're talking about, right?
Well, I would say this, we don't have long. The mood of the Negro community now is one of urgency, one of saying that we aren't going to wait, that we've got to have our freedom. We've waited too long. So that I would say that every summer we are going to have this kind of vigorous protest. My hope is that it will be nonviolent. I would hope that we can avoid riots because...
Huh, what, you mean, I hope that we can avoid riots? Wait, Almost like he's saying exactly the same thing as me. That's fucking crazy, Ellen. How mental is that? You told me to play this part, didn't you? You were like, play this part. I was like, okay, I'll play it, huh? This is actually the part where MLK quickly did a switcheroo with blackface Lonerbox. Me and him had a thing going on. That's what happened there.
Riots are self-defeating and socially destructive. I would hope that we can...
They're self-defeating and socially destructive. I can't believe he would say that. Why would he?
can avoid riots, but that we will be as militant and as determined next summer and through the winter as we have been this summer. And I think the answer about how long it will take will depend on the federal government, on the city halls of our various cities, and on white...
Wait, did Ellen DeGenerate just leave the debate VC in Discord? I just saw his name in there. And then he left when that part got played. Oh, no. Oh, he's there now. Talking to the Diablo people. Okay, he can fight with them. It's fine.
White America, to a large extent. This is where we are at this point, and I think white America will determine how long it will be and which way we go in the future.
Even Senator Jacob Javits asked the question recently. He said that he was a slum resident, but he and some of his fellow Jews were able to make it out of the ghetto on the Lower East Side. The same thing is true with lots of Irish, Italians. And he asked the question why the Negro finds it so difficult to make his way up out of the ghetto.
Well, number one, no other racial group has been a slave on American soil. It's nice to say other people were down and they got up. They were not slaves on American soil. The other thing is that the Negro has had high visibility. And because of the prejudices existing in this country, his color has been against him. It's been against him, and they've used this to keep him from moving up. In the final analysis, when you say to a man that you are in this position...
I keep getting pushed into Diablo 5. Well, why is that happening? I wonder who could possibly... Who could possibly be moving you around the Discord?
Because of your race or because of your color, you say to that man that he can never get out of it. Other racial groups have been able maybe to change the accent or change the names, but the Negro can't.
There's a whole bunch of people in that Diablo 5 channel. I wonder what they're saying. Anyway, I have a segment to do. As much as I would love to give attention to 30 IQ trolls, as much as that makes me really, really happy, we have to talk about... Hang on. Where is the Mr. Piker clip? Okay, where's this part? Jesus, the dislike ratio is insane on this. What the fuck? I know Hassan's fans were all in the... A bunch of them were in the comments. Because Pierce didn't post Hassan's clip of the JVP video or whatever. Like, okay. Whatever. The LSF incident. Where is the thing about apartheid, terrorist sympathizers? I want the IDF dog tag part. Is this the right part?
Truth into their false narrative, spread misinformation, and then you say that we're the liars. You tell me I'm wearing an IDF dog tag. I'm wearing a bring them home for the hostages that you... No, it says bring them home.
You're using the hostages as a simple political tool to make propaganda in the West. Is quite disgusting. The protests that are happening in...
Oh yeah, this is the right part. Chirping. Okay, the reason... Okay, guys, look. guys, just so you know, listen. I'm going to give some credit to Hassan Piker, okay? I think he actually was onto something in this debate that he had on Piers Morgan. I think it deserves a little bit of a wee shout out, just a wee one, all right? Because Hassan, we've spoken a lot about dumb things. Hassan says, because he says some things that are pretty dumb. Does, but I think he was kind of pretty much on it here. Let's have a look.
Truth into their false narrative, spread misinformation, and then you say that we're the liars. You tell me I'm wearing an IDF dog tag. I'm wearing a bring them home for the hostages that you. No, it says bring them home.
You're using the hostages as a simple political tool to make propaganda in the West. Is quite disgusting. The protests that are happening in Israel right now are massive.
Are a political tool?
And those protests.
Why
you are using humans in captivity as a political tool? It's so obvious.
Why, Hassan? Why are you dehumanizing the hostages? Because I have no problem admitting the Palestinians deserve better.
Not.
I feel terrible.
You're using them as a political
I
pawn.
can say that.
If you cared about the hostages, you would be in Tel Aviv right now.
Using the
alongside.
Right, let me bring in James. Let me
Let
bring in James, please.
I'm sorry that I can't.
Please let me bring in James.
Before he was rudely interrupted by this. I don't know who the fuck you are. Okay, anyway, okay. So he's almost onto something there. Just like pretty much. When he's saying that she's using the IDF dog tag as a political propaganda tool, to do what? I'm not sure. I feel like if you pushed him, he would say she's using it as a propaganda tool to commit a genocide or something silly. But he might also say, and the correct answer would be, if he said that she's using it as a political propaganda piece to keep the war going to take out Hamas, he might be onto something there. He's maybe not arguing it in the best way, but we know that quite a lot of the hostages have died in the course of this war, either by IDF crossfire or IDF strikes, or I think a couple at the hands of Hamas, and then there's been the exchanges. The very badly kept secret, I think, at least this is my opinion, is that, and I said this at the beginning of the war, is that I thought Israeli leaders had more or less just written the hostages off. They just felt like we're not getting any of them back. Personally, I think it's a miracle that they got any back. But I think it's probably quite easy to see that defeating Hamas and ending the war with Hamas gone is more important than getting the hostages back to the Israeli war cabinet. She's using the hostage. That's what I mean. Yes, she's using the hostages as a political tool. Yes, I know what I know what he's saying. Yes. I didn't misunderstand that, okay? The dog tag says bring them home. So that's why the dog tag is her using the hostages as a, don't worry. Okay. God. Now, just the other day, there was this guy, Chaim Rubenstein, who was I think he was like the director or the head of this hostage advocacy group, has left his position and has decided to speak out about his experience as leading this advocacy group for hostages. And this guy I think he was a political media strategist or a media guy for, which party was it? For one of the centrist Israeli parties, Yesh Atid. And at the beginning of the war, he basically started collecting the names and the identities of the hostages. And because of his experience of working in media, he became the spokesperson of this forum, the Hostages and Missing Families Forum. And eventually, I think he ended up getting into contact with people who were lined up with the government in terms of trying to coordinate to get the hostages back. But he resigned as the spokesman for this forum last month, and he has spoken to the Times of Israel about why he left. And he's given quite a few, I think, interesting and revealing answers. Also, this interview is a really good example of how to do interviews properly, because there are lots of interviews that I see with Israeli like whistleblowers where there's kind of like an ambiguity about what exactly they're saying. Like there's a lot of plausible deniability, or there's a lot of room for interpretation. And you get these, especially 972. If you notice the 972 articles from IDF people, there are lots of like just half sentences or 2 or 3 word quotes, and then everything else is kind of, there's a lot of inference going around it, and it's quite hard to understand exactly what they're saying. Or there's this clip, the IDF whistleblower from Channel 4, if you remember this guy. There was this short, right, from this IDF soldier.
A lot of them don't draw the line between...
Oh, and this was used as proof that the Israeli military is targeting civilians, right? The military is targeting civilians. And this is what he actually says.
What we call militants or terrorists and what we would call civilians. After the 7th, for example, people saw those videos of those people being paraded through the streets around Gaza, right? And those people cheer or even take part in whatever it is. So they say, like, all of them are part of it. Like, they all support it.
Was that quite a widespread view that everyone in Gaza is complicit?
Very much so. For many of the people around me, that was the thing. It came from saying, you know, those are the kids that we spared in the war in 2014, right? Those are the kids that we spared then are now the terrorists that did the 7th, right?
So, but the implication there being, if you kill a kid now, it's okay.
Everyone, yeah. That was, I don't want to say the majority, but it was alarmingly widespread in the people around me talking about this.
So even at the end there, he says it wasn't the majority, but it was alarmingly widespread. So people obviously use that to say that this is proof that the IDF is targeting civilians. Now, if you were a journalist, you would ask, were people ordered to target civilians, or were troops disobeying orders by targeting civilians, or was there a general negligence and a general kind of, yeah, don't kill civilians, but if you do, we'll just like, we'll give you a verbal warning or something. Like, we don't actually know what that means. All that this statement is really telling us is that a substantial number, but not a majority, of Israeli soldiers don't have any sympathy for Gazan civilians. They see them all as complicit in the Hamas operation or the Hamas structure. Now, the issue there is that that's not really news to anyone, is it? Like, if you needed a whistleblower to tell you that a substantial number of IDF soldiers after October 7th saw those celebrations as people's bodies were taken back in the backs of trucks and spat on, then if you really needed a whistleblower to tell you that the IDF wouldn't have soldiers in there who saw that, who maybe know people who died on October 7th and just felt like there's not much of a difference between Hamas and a civilian, that's not really news. Like, you don't need any whistleblower to tell you that. It's just obvious. What is less obvious is whether or not these soldiers have been given carte blanche to act in that way. So this is why this is an example. And maybe they are. Maybe like if the interviewer had asked, were you given orders to target civilians? Was it deemed permissible to target civilians, even if they weren't doing anything at all? Like, was that allowed? Were people allowed to just do that and get away with it? Well, maybe he would have said yes, but we just don't know. We don't have that confirmation because this is actually like the interview didn't try to extract that statement from him. That's why this is the best clip that is going. This is why this is the clip that's going around. It's being used to draw that conclusion. So you do actually have to be quite careful when you're asking these interview questions. And the problem is that this guy just didn't give you the right. This guy just gave them a soundbite that, if you want to interpret it in that way, you can, but you are not really going. You're not really standing on as firm ground as you think you are. This interview, by contrast, is fairly clear in their questioning. So this is the interview here. I'll just read all of it, and we'll maybe just commentate on it as we go through. So they asked this guy, the Hostage Families Forum spokesperson, did the families whose sons and daughters were taken hostage while serving in the IDF get updates from the army? In the first few days, these families didn't know who to turn to. The IDF was unprepared, and some families didn't get information from a government-authorized party for 2 weeks. We started to independently collect information about each hostage and set up a website. Did you work with Gal Hirsch or with the Prime Minister's office? And even they're explaining why they're asking the question. On October 8th, Benjamin Netanyahu appointed Hirsch to act as the coordinator between the families from the government, and Rubenstein contends that at the time, Hirsch's team didn't have comprehensive information regarding the number of hostages. Gal Hirsch only began functioning after 2 or 3 weeks. Until then, there was no one to talk to. I don't know what his contribution was. As far as I can tell, he just held the microphone in meetings with the families. He told them they shouldn't hold protests to push for their loved ones' release. You need to understand that Netanyahu set up Hirsch's team because the Prime Minister's office didn't want there to be an external body criticizing the government for its conduct surrounding the hostages. Who did you meet with to advance the hostages' return? The first official we met was President Isaac Herzog. It was on October 10th. At the time, the reported death toll from the attack was only 400. We asked him to use his influence so that there would be someone in the government taking care of the families. Do you really expect a civilian targeting policy to be official or spelled out like that? If you want to call it a genocide, you kind of do need that. If you want to say the IDF targets civilians, yeah, you would. Yeah, you would probably need that. You wouldn't need to be public, but you would need orders or like approval from the top down. Because it's the difference between what we would call like a bad apples argument versus a systemic issue where it's not really ordered, but it's just kind of allowed or turned a blind eye to, versus the actual institution itself is consciously doing this. Yeah, I think that it's worth distinguishing those things. It's not like there have been armies in the past that have had policies of targeting civilians. Or there have been situations in the past where armies have maybe not said, been given orders to target civilians, but they do it anyway because it's very, very clear from the leadership that it's just allowed. Like, I'm pretty sure the first massacres that started happening in Poland when the Nazis invaded in 1939 were not ordered by the generals. I think it was, but Hitler was literally giving speeches saying that the Poles are like subhuman scum and they're gonna die in the hundreds of thousands or whatever. Like, he was very, very clear, like no ambiguity, no euphemisms, or just like just the clearest language possible. So I think by the beginning of the war, it's like 60,000 people were massacred, like just very, very early on in the war. But for example, the establishing of the Warsaw Ghetto and targeting civilians for that purpose, that was policy. That was an order that was allowed. That was all the way from the top down allowed to go through. Same with like the Holocaust, right? So yeah, I think it is worth separating these things out. No, I think it matters. Anyway, that's not for here. That's not for this particular conversation. When did the Prime Minister meet the hostages' families for the first time? On October 15th. Until then, there had been no meeting with him or anyone on his behalf. Or are you saying, and the Israeli leaders haven't been doing that? Not in the, okay, maybe I should find the quotes from Hitler's speeches before the invasion of Poland. They are not the same as what any Israeli leader has said. Not any Israeli war cabinet minister anyway. They are far more explicit, like so much more unambiguous. But yeah. Did you feel like the government was ignoring you? Absolutely. No representative of the government or the IDF had updated the families of the hostages that the IDF was beginning its ground offensive in the Gaza Strip. We couldn't understand how it could be that the families weren't getting updated on the ramifications this could have for them. How did you deal with this? On that day, October 26, I called on the families to come to Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. At the assembly, we announced that the Prime Minister and the Defense Minister must meet the families, but there was no response to that from Netanyahu's or Yoav Gallant's offices. So we said that if we didn't get an immediate response, the families would camp outside the Kiryat IDF headquarters in Tel Aviv. After that, Gallant promised in a statement to meet the families the next day. We told him we weren't willing to wait. That evening, Netanyahu's office announced that he would meet the family's representatives. What was the atmosphere like? We left the meeting very disappointed because Netanyahu talked about dismantling Hamas as the goal of the war. He didn't promise anything regarding the demand to return the hostages. He merely said a military operation in Gaza was needed to serve as leverage for the hostages. Bombshell here, perhaps. We later found that Hamas had offered on October 9th or 10th to release all the civilian hostages in exchange for the IDF not entering the Strip, but the government rejected the offer. Now, it's not really a bombshell. Like, I feel like Hamas have made similar claims before. This is really the entire crux of the problem with these ceasefire negotiations, by the way, is because there are two red lines on each side. There's one red line on each side, and they just can't meet. So Israel's red line is that Hamas needs to go. They are never going to leave Hamas to rebuild and try and do 1 million October 7th or whatever else they've spoken about, right? They're never doing that. Hamas's red line is the complete opposite. Hamas's red line is they are never accepting a surrender that involves the IDF still in Gaza. Or actually, it's not even that, because they were offered the technocratic option by Qatar and Emirates or Saudi, or whoever. Hamas's red line is they want to keep power, really. They want to keep in charge of the Gaza Strip. They don't want to give up power. So you're at a bit of a wall there, which means that you need either the war to just keep going until one side loses, or you need some international pressure on one side or the other, right? Like, that's really the situation that we're in now, and that's why the war isn't really stopping. But when people talk about the hostages, the priority for the IDF and Netanyahu, etc., even though it was like you could have assumed it fairly early on, is that the hostages are more or less written off. I think it was a fairly fortunate that even some of them came back. There have been, besides the one exchange deal, there have been hostage rescue operations that rescued a couple of hostages, even if it meant killing like 20 or 30 people or some shit. So they have done rescue operations, a few hostages, they've killed a few hostages as well, like an alarming number. But this is why I think Hassan had a reasonably good instinct, wait, not that clip, what the fuck, in calling out that the IDF dog tag thing, because it's kind of a slightly incoherent statement with that necklace. Because if I find this clip again, because the person in that clip was quite clearly saying as well that like Israel needed to get rid of Hamas, that Hamas needs to go. I think Hassan was probably in the right to call out the fact that that's not really the priority. The priority is getting rid of Hamas and like fuck the hostage. If you just wanted the hostages back, what you would do is, assuming this deal is real, and it seems to have been offered multiple times, you would get the IDF out of Gaza, take the hostages with you, and then just blockade on steroids the border. That's what would happen. That's what Israel would do. And then you could argue the problem with Israel doing that is that it's not very good for Israel, because it just means Hamas gets to rebuild and try again later. It's also maybe not great for Palestinians either. I mean, there's no good answer for people in Gaza right now. But that particular one, or at least for any tangible future, is that you would just get the most beefed up blockade you've ever seen on Gaza, because you would have no more of this like Qatari briefcases of aid money marked for humanitarian purposes, because everyone would just be like, there's no way we're giving aid to Gaza. Like, look what so they can try October 7th again? You would have even more blockade measures, and you would have even less money going to Hamas. And then that would mean even more suffering and more destitution and more hopelessness for the people of Gaza. So it's a pretty, like, that's the kind of argument against that deal, if you want to make that. But yeah, I never even thought about this at the time, but actually having the IDF military tag with bring them home on it, as in like, I support the war going all the way till Hamas is gone, but also it's to bring the hostage home, is actually a really, really dishonest thing to do. Anyway, let's go on. Did Benny Gantz and Gary Eisenkot support your effort, or were they not active on that front? 5 days after the war began, the centrist opposition National Unity Party joined the emergency government, with its leader Gantz getting a spot on the 3-member war cabinet and MK Eisenkot becoming an observer in the key decision-making panel. Both Gantz and Eisenkot are former IDF chiefs of staff. We worked with them all the time. Anytime we wanted to meet with them, they agreed. They pressured Netanyahu to make a deal, but Netanyahu sidelined them. The families are still asking Gantz not to leave the government, as many government critics have increasingly been urging them to do. This is a good question here as well. How come the first hostage deal was relatively quick, 53 days since the war began, but the second deal has been pushed off for over 200 days? And then again, context, like this is the way they've structured this interview is really, I think it's really good. I don't know. Rubenstein said he has no doubt that a protest march to Jerusalem that he organized brought about the November deal, in which over 100 women and children were released in exchange for a week-long truce and Israel freeing female and underage Palestinian security prisoners. The main reason is that the Prime Minister's refusal. On the one hand, Netanyahu has told the families that the price, likely the release of countless Palestinian terror convicts, isn't a factor. On the other hand, he's holding on to all sorts of security excuses to prevent the deal. Also, this is where it comes into the idea that for Netanyahu, I think the main reason is that he prefers the idea of getting rid of Hamas than saving all the hostages. The other one, though, is maybe a bit more egregious, is that he probably thinks, I don't think it, for someone like Netanyahu, I don't think it's possible that he's ignoring the fact that making that decision also keeps him in power for a bit longer. And if he can be the guy that defeated Hamas, I wonder if he just thinks like that might save his reputation. But who knows? How do you explain Netanyahu's ostensible lack of effort to bring the hostages home? The main reason is conflict of interest. He knows that the moment hostages are released, Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir will leave the government because they think the price was too high. Finance Minister Smotrich, leader of the Religious Zionism Party, and National Security Minister Ben-Gvir, recently car crashed, head of the Otzma Yehudit Party, are far-right leaders essential to Netanyahu's coalition and have been pushing for stronger military action in Gaza. There is no doubt that Netanyahu is preventing a deal. Netanyahu knows that if he goes to elections at this time, he won't be able to form a new government. And he is motivated by cold political considerations. Do you agree with those arguing that every day that passes reduces the chances of the hostages coming home? Unfortunately, it's worse than that. Time is not running out. Time has already run out. Many hostages, even those who will come back alive, will need very complex rehabilitation because they've been in captivity and under very complex conditions for many months. Why did you resign as the family spokesman, a role you defined as the project of your lifetime? After 5 months of 24/7 work for the families, my own family needed me. There were also other reasons, such as the Prime Minister's office meddling in the Hostages and Missing Families Forum in an attempt to divide the families. Some families have started to openly call on Netanyahu and his government to resign, while the other families reject those messages. Rubenstein rejected claims leveled against him of politicizing the hostage families' cause. The opposite is true. Netanyahu's people were the only ones making it political. Now, learn Hebrew so you can read the stuff Israelis read. Okay, you should learn Arabic so you can learn what the Arabs read. And also learn Farsi for the same reason, Iranians. Also learn German, because how do you know the Holocaust really happened unless you've looked at the actual Nazi German documents, like David Irving says so. Also learn Elvish, just so you can have a kind of quirk on the side. Is it correct that there have also been threats against you? That's right. There were threats to tarnish my name, but this isn't the time to talk about it. At this time, the only focus should be on returning the 133 hostages who are rotting away in Hamas's tunnels. In response to Rubenstein's claims, the Prime Minister's office stated that the Prime Minister, together with security and diplomatic leadership, are working around the clock and doing everything possible to bring the hostages home. Gal Hirsch's office commented, Hirsch was appointed by the Prime Minister the day after the war broke out. This apparatus he set up began working in the first week of the war and has steadily continued to build and improve from day to day. The hostages apparatus is continuously acting in coordination with all security bodies, government ministries, and international officials, and this action shall continue in order to return the hostages and help their families in their darkest hour. Not the most surprising thing. I wonder if Olive would ever be able to find a clip of me from like October 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th saying that the government's already written the hostages off. But I will say it's much better having it in print from someone who actually was close to this process. Maybe he's making it all up. But again, like there's not really any ambiguity here, right? Not really any, like we've got the question, we've got the elaborative answer. For some questions that need context, we've got the context in brackets. Like, yeah, this is just like, there's no ambiguity about what's being claimed here. It's that Netanyahu, according to this one person, thinks that the price of releasing the hostages, i.e. releasing Palestinian prisoners, is not that big of a deal compared to one, that they would rather just take out Hamas than free all the hostages. And it might actually be the thing that's keeping Netanyahu's government together, keeping the war going. Interesting. Loaderbox Live, maybe you're right, there is no civilian targeting policy, but there's definitely a civilian indifference policy, which is just as bad, no? They're not just as bad. It's still bad, but if your government tells you to go and murder a group, you're going to kill a lot more people than just if you've got a policy against it, but the repercussions for it just aren't that bad. Like, when people say targeting civilians as a matter of policy, I don't think people realize the implication of what that means. It means that the entire system is like irredeemable, basically. It's the kind of thing that would justify, like, I don't know, what do we do to armies that were targeting civilians, like a Bosnian war or Libya and all that? Yeah, you go to war with them. Yeah. I don't know. I think Hassan correctly pointed out the families are protesting at Netanyahu's house, saw them burning a cedar table in front of it during Passover. Yeah, although I don't really know what proportion of Israelis, because I think most Israelis want the war to continue, don't they? They want Hamas gone. I wonder if are there any polling on Israeli public priorities, though? Because they must know that they could get the hostages back in exchange for releasing prisoners and keeping Hamas in power. I feel like they know that's an option. Israel polling, war, destroy Hamas, hostages home. What? Yeah, the survey found 40%. Let's just, okay, go into the article. Come on, don't be lazy. The survey found 40% of Israelis would prioritize eradicating Hamas, with 32% preferring the release of hostages. The question apparently proved difficult for many to answer, obviously. God. I mean, it's a pretty cold position to take. You can, if you were feeling really, I don't know, if you're feeling very cold and calculated, you could probably make the argument, but God. People know the cost of releasing hostages. I mean, the big cost of releasing hostages, I actually don't think it's the releasing Palestinian prisoners. I mean, maybe some of them might get released and then commit murders, but I think the much bigger implication is the fact that you're just going back to status quo, although much worse for Palestinians. It would be so much worse, like, because, well, actually, I mean, maybe not. Well, I don't know why I'm saying that. Worse in the very, very long term, or like, yeah, not worse compared to 30,000 dead. I'm sorry, that was a stupid thing to say. But yeah, the status quo plus even worse is like, that's what would. Oh, I said status quo, but worse. I'm so sorry. I was actually right in saying that. So because status quo after October 7th would not really be status quo. The blockade would be so much harsher, and peace process would be like what? Nothing. It would just be off the table forever, I guess. Or maybe they just do one with the West Bank and just like abandon Gaza, like your 3-state solution or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. That's a really difficult one. Because you know when people spoke about Netanyahu allowing Qatari money to enter Gaza, and maybe a lot of people didn't realize that that was actually a complaint that originated in the Israeli right wing, because they were upset before October 7th that Netanyahu was allowing funds into Gaza between 2013 and 19, and that Israel was overseeing those transfers of funds because they believed it to be humanitarian aid money. And now recent intelligence has suggested that some of that aid money probably went to October 7th. But the argument there is a right-wing one, because the alternative to doing that is just don't give them aid money, like, which is what they would absolutely do after if the IDF left Gaza with Hamas still there. Which would make rebuilding Gaza even harder, right? Can you imagine? Because can you imagine, like, the IDF leaves Gaza and Hamas are still there? They're going to need a lot of concrete and like raw materials to rebuild Gaza. But obviously, raw materials are the worst thing for Israel to put into Gaza from a security perspective, because those are the things that get used to make tunnels and rockets and weapons factories. So, God. Would Hamas just be lords of the rubble? There was that CNN article where a Hamas spokesperson literally said that when buildings are destroyed by the IDF, that they would take electrical pieces and concrete and other parts from the rubble and repurpose that into military infrastructure. Like, God. Let me find that article. That article was insane. Is it this one? When Gaza infrastructure has been destroyed in Israeli airstrikes, what's left? Sheet metal and metal pipes, rebar, electrical wiring has found its way into Hamas's weapon workshops, emerging as rocket tubes or other explosive devices, he wrote. Where's the one where the Hamas guy himself actually talks? Is this the one that has the Hamas guy? Is it we? Bilal Saab, Middle East Institute. This might not be the right article for the Hamas spokesperson who spoke about this. Oh, head of Hamas National Relations Abroad. Yeah, this guy. We have local factories for everything. For rockets with ranges of 250 kilometers, for 160 kilometers. 80 kilometers and 10 kilometers. We have factories for mortars and their shells. We have factories for Kalashnikovs, rifles, and their bullets. I don't know why I said rifle. We're manufacturing the bullets with permission from the Russians. We're building it in Gaza. Yeah, that's Ali Baraka, the head of Hamas National Relations Abroad. Yeah. Bro. Palestinian man lowered into a smuggling tunnel. So, for Palestinians, would a blockade be worse than an Israeli occupation? Well, that's a difficult question because the occupation implies the war, which killed 30,000 people. So I think the blockade's probably better than that. Long term, the next 20, 30, 40 years, I have no idea. Like, I think it's very hard to imagine that this current military operation is going to have any light at the end of the tunnel, is the problem. Because who's going to be rebuilding Gaza? It won't be Hamas. It won't be Israel. It shouldn't be Israel. Like, this isn't like post World War II, where for some reason just the entire world agrees that we should devote all our energies into rebuilding these countries like Japan and Germany and shit like that. Like, I don't really know if we're going to get the Gazan Marshall Plan, where they just take all that aid money and turn it into a fucking second Singapore. But yeah, who knows? God. Like, I know people are saying new chance for the Palestinians. Like, you in chat, it's like, but really? There's no desire to build up a state that can't stand up on its own. Well, that's the point, right? It's not like an investment or anything. It's just... Oh, well. But, hey. Slight Hassan W there. We found one. Well done. Well done, guys. I don't know, I just thought that, well, at least I thought that segment was relevant to the article and the news story as well, so I thought... Anyway. Having a shitty backwater helps delay the peace process and perpetuates the occupation. I don't think there's ever been sufficient evidence that that was ever the goal, though. I don't know if I buy that. I know that quote about formaldehyde is... The timeline of it doesn't make sense of, like... It doesn't make sense in context of the rest of that conversation. Or it doesn't really prove that that was, like, that there was, like, any kind of conspiratorial or, like, goal, but... I don't know. For the Likud, maybe, but... I think now... They've probably... I would imagine a lot of even Israeli right-wingers have realized that if that was their conscious strategy, it clearly hasn't fucking worked, has it? Did you say Israel shouldn't rebuild Gaza after the conflict? Well, no, the problem is Israel occupying Gaza. I think if they could occupy and rebuild, sure, but what's gonna... Like, I don't really understand that. Like, an Israeli occupation of Gaza right now after everything that's happened, like, that's going to be a disaster. It's just going to be a permanent insurgency. Like, what? No, I don't think that's a good idea. Anyway, I need more water. I'm dying here. God, 1 second. Owner's chair just dropped the N-bomb. Shut up. Okay. Oh. What is this? Meme. Oh, it's old. Never mind. It's old. Don't care about old meme. What are we doing, guys? What are we doing today? I was maybe going to get a debate with Kevin Logan. He wanted to talk to me about genocide. My favorite topic. That Prometheus Unbound guy added me on Discord again. I think I'm just giving too much attention to these crazy fucks. Do you actually believe the government ever wanted peace or a Palestinian state? Yeah, I think Ehud Barak and kind of Yitzhak Rabin. Yeah, I think they wanted peace, yeah. Yep. Yeah. I think they both could have conceded more, or should have conceded more, but I think they genuinely wanted peace, yeah. The problem was that the more they conceded, the more that they would have lost their mandate to go for peace. It was a difficult situation to be in. Yeah. For different reasons, maybe. Yitzhak Rabin didn't want peace because he had a moral attachment to it. He wanted peace because he thought the Intifada, first of all, convinced him that occupation couldn't last forever, the first Intifada. But then also, the Soviet Union had just collapsed in the early 90s, and he believed that Israel had until about 99, 2000, he literally gave those years, before they would lose their position of power in the Middle East. He thought that there was a very unique point that had Israel in the most advantageous position, which was the 90s. And he wanted to hammer out a peace deal then because he thought that would be the time when the PLO would be the most bendy. But I still think he wanted peace. Doesn't seem to be any strong indication that he was against it. Or that he was just dithering. Yitzhak Shamir was dithering, obviously. Barak kind of did, but so did Arafat. Have I given you my piece on it? I just think it was doomed because you didn't have the hearts and minds building ahead of time. You needed to get people willing to bury the hatchet and make concessions. Well, that was a problem for both the Israeli right and for the Palestinian rejectionists. When Israel offers peace, it's kind of hard to accept, right? It goes both ways, though. The problem was that Barak's government was very, very shaky. Barak's government was it was held up by religious Zionists. I mean, maybe there's an argument that he could have made that a mistake there because his coalition could have involved left-wingers, center-left and centrists, and 10 Arab Knesset members. It could have done that. The problem was that he thought that if he brought the Knesset members in, the right-wing backlash would just be too strong, that he would just have a big revolt from the right-wingers of Israel. And he also, I think, just didn't really trust Arabs. And I think some of those Arab Knesset members ended up making pro-Hezbollah statements in the year 2000. I don't know what the actual statements were, so maybe they were not that bad, but yeah. But the problem was that with every redeployment or every dismantling of a settlement, Ehud Barak's mandate was just going to drop. And that's a problem as well, because you need to be in power to push the peace process. If the right-wingers take power, they're going to take it away. And also, whilst all that's happening, you've got fucking terrorists from the Israeli right and from the Palestinian rejectionists who are deliberately carrying out attacks because they want to attack the peace process, because they wanted to radicalize each side. So I think that goes both ways, unfortunately. It also didn't. I was learning a bit more about. I wonder how much of Arafat's dishonesty is never really mentioned that much. You know, in the Second Intifada, he accused the IDF of using poison gas and depleted uranium ammunition. The gas might have been referring to like smoke screens or whatever, or tear gas or something, but like. I've never cared much for Yasser Arafat. It wasn't the scrubby beard or the protruding eyes or the fact that he'd done away with a few of his chums, or even the way he once forbade a photographer friend from taking a picture of his bald pig. What? Okay. The depleted uranium shells the Israelis had fired at Arafat's headquarters when he was trapped inside. And also his peace process line that there was never actually a Jewish temple underneath the dome. God. But Barak also didn't really live up to quite a few of his obligations before the peace talks. He held off on the deployments specifically because he wanted to use them as a bargaining chip. He wanted to have more of an IDF presence, an Israeli security presence in the West Bank than was supposed to be before the final peace talk, because he wanted to have more leverage with it. So that's kind of cringe. What we got here? Oh. Did I miss anything fun? Yeah, we glazed Hassan, Maruzzi. No, we actually did. Huh. Anyway. Do I have more to do? There are cast report things. You did? No, we finished the cast report, but we haven't done all the appendages, of which it has quite a few. No? It doesn't have a whole bunch of the NYT opinion piece. Twitch? Why is Twitch chat there when I'm not on Twitch? Oh, you went into Twitch chat because YouTube chat wasn't working for you. Okay. What do you think about Ben-Ami's perspective that peace could only be achieved through inner conflict simultaneously on both Palestinian and Israeli? I don't know what that means. As in, like, Arafat should have fought harder with Hamas and Barak should have fought harder with Likud? Maybe. Israel has a choice to make, Rafah or Riyadh. That's a captivating title. Makes me want to know what the fuck he's talking about. Well done. Well done, Thomas L. Friedman. A fine man with a fine mustache. Invade Riyadh. I mean, would you miss it? Would you miss Riyadh? Got too many tabs open. God damn it. Barack Hussein Obama. True. Obama. Voss keeps spreading misinformation about the cash report. I think Lonerbox should get him to stop. 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 He is quite clearly not interested in rocking the boat, and it's fine. You guys are disgusting, actually. Anyway. It's normalize relations or keep the war going. I don't know. I still want to read much more about... I feel like I'd still need to read... I wouldn't feel confident debating about the cash report if I've read the whole thing, but I'd also need to read the studies that they're talking about, some of them. I'd need to read about other systematic reviews on the same issue, because they exist. And I'd need to read the Q&A, and I need to read WPath and their approach. Yeah, there's a lot to go for. God. Sorry. It's not easy caring about facts. Not easy. Anyway. You know more about your average Joe tries to argue about it. Yeah, but that's not a good reason anymore. It's not a good... I can't just say that, because everyone else is 4-year-old fucking retards. Then I should just be a 5-year-old retard. It's not... That's not really a good ethos. Even though it's been my approach for most of my life. I don't know. Okay. U.S. diplomacy to end the Gaza war and forge a new relationship with Saudi Arabia has been converging in recent weeks into a single giant choice for Israel and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. What do you want more, Rafah or Riyadh? Do you want to mount a full-scale invasion of Rafah to try and finish off Hamas, if that is even possible, without offering any Israeli exit strategy from Gaza or any political horizon for a two-state solution with non-Hamas-led Palestinians? Yeah, fucking Likud are just not the right party to do any of... yeah, whatever. If you go to this route, it will only... I think if Hamas are even close to getting completely taken out, right, or if most of the battalions are just done, I think the United States should be like, Israel, we'll support you if you have a party, if you have a prime minister who's pro-peace, actual peace, two states, we'll support you. But I don't know. I feel like Israel's funding should work like that for the United States. I think it should be just a little in-out, Oh, you got a Likud guy? Well, give us some of that aid money back, you fucks. And then just oh, you've elected a peace processor. Well, Israel. How do you feel about getting some aid money? I think just do it like that. I think America, we should just manipulate Israeli elections. That's what we should do. I think we should actually steal Israeli elections. Because they need it, right? They need a little help from their... They need help from their white saviors, okay? That's all I'm saying. They're overlords. You guys can't be trusted. They won't stop till the PFLP is finally gone. The PFLP. Bad Bunny. The root of the problem. The PFLP propaganda machine. She probably has more viewers than the PFLP has members. I don't even fucking know. Anyway. If you go this route, it will only compound Israel's global isolation and force a breach with the Biden administration. Or do you want normalization with Saudi Arabia, an Arab peacekeeping force for Gaza, and a US-led security alliance against Iran? There's one flaw. Already one flaw with this article. He has to address it. Hamas was offered something like this, weren't they? And they said, no, you don't get this peacekeeping force for Gaza if Hamas is still there. Would Hamas accept that? I don't know. Maybe something's changed. Or maybe I was wrong. So, but that's a but. Right, okay. This would come with a different price, a commitment from your government to work towards a Palestinian state with a reformed Palestinian Authority, but with the benefit of embedding Israel in the widest US Arab-Israeli defense coalition the Jewish state has ever enjoyed, and the biggest bridge to the rest of the Muslim world that Israel has ever been offered, while creating at least some hope that the conflict with the Palestinians will not be a forever war. This is one of the most fateful choices Israel has ever had to make. And what I find both disturbing and depressing is that there is no major Israeli leader today in the ruling coalition, the opposition, or the military who is consistently helping Israelis understand that a choice, a global pariah, or a Middle East partner, or explaining why it should choose the second. I appreciate how traumatized Israelis are by the vicious Hamas murders, rapes, and kidnappings of October 7th. It is not surprising to me that many people there just want revenge, and their hearts have hardened to a degree that they can't see or care about all of the civilians, including thousands of children who have been killed in Gaza as Israel has plowed through to try to eliminate Hamas. All of this has been further hardened by Hamas's refusal so far to release the remaining hostages. But revenge is not a strategy. It is pure insanity that Israel is now more than 6 months into this war, and the Israeli military leadership and virtually the entire political class has allowed Netanyahu to continue to pursue a total victory there, including probably soon plunging deep into Rafah, without any exit plan or Arab partner lined up to step in once the war ends. This would actually be really interesting to know. In World War II, In World War II, did anyone know what was going to have to happen in Germany after they were plunging in from both sides? Because I thought the border between East and West Germany was literally kind of solidified by tanks going to each other one step at a time and then backing off one step at a time, like a Mexican standoff. And they were like, "Okay, this looks like the border, right? No more fucking about." The US was planning occupation for years in advance. What, even before intervening years in advance? Even before the war. Even before the Nazis came into power, they were like, listen, guys, one day we might just have to take the reins in old Germany. Let me see. Potsdam, when was that? That was 45. When did USA start planning occupation of Germany? Is there a particular conference that they had as they prepared for the occupation? Oh, research paper. Allied preparations, 43. Yalta. Yalta was 45, wasn't it? Stop. You were talking about years in advance, okay? Fuck. Before D-Day. All right, so wait. 43. After spring 43, when the unconditional surrender formula was agreed, plans focused primarily on the organization of military governments and the appointment of leading officers and their staffs. Oh. So spring 43, they started thinking about what they were going to do in old Germany land afterwards. I don't think they anticipated having the Soviets at the other end, though. That just kind of happened. Right? Or were they coordinating with this with the Soviets as well? 3 plans for the post-war occupation. This would be so interesting. Oh, God. This paper, guys. What a fucking beast. We should read this and then we'll know exactly what to do with Gaza. Right? The hell it work? The moral fronts were clear as the British, French, Soviet, and American troops made their way into Germany. It was in the interest of everyone, peace-loving, that Nazis should be defeated. After that, an occupation by the victorious wartime partners would ensure the eradication of any lingering elements of Nazism. Military industrial capacities would have to be restricted. German society would have to be cleansed and forcibly steered towards a better, peaceful, democratic path. Oh my God. Someone should post this as a fucking manifesto, but just say Gazan society should be oh my God, what a horrible. Ugh. Throughout the planning period, probable areas of conflict and potential blemishes on this moral certainty were kept to a minimum. Default level preparations, Morgenthau, hard peace. Soviets, French authorities attempted to develop their own procedures, guided by security and economic. So lots of countries are. I mean, I guess to a degree, is Qatar not kind of doing this with their talk about technocrats and shit like that? Would you say that they've started the process of planning for post-war Gaza? I have no idea if Israel's explicitly said what they want to do afterwards. Apart from what? A buffer zone. A buffer zone. Why is someone coming to the Discord and they're called Baruch Goldstein? And they're in different servers. Oh, they changed their name. Okay, well done. It's a little bit on the nose, isn't it? Instaban. Hey, I don't know how I feel, though, about keeping someone in the Discord who's called the Grand Mufti. Because Stealth calls himself, his name is Stealth, the Grand Mufti Watermelon. If he's allowed to do it. To be fair, there was more than one Grand Mufti, so could be talking about any of them. Actually, the title was changed to Grand Mufti when Al-Husseini took the role. It was just Mufti before, wasn't it? Anyway. I don't know about that comparison. Yeah, because the Grand Mufti killed more people. What? Or had more people killed, I suppose. Ryan Gosling. Anyway. Oh yeah, what was it? Oh yeah, Hamas's refusal so far to release the remaining hostages. Okay. The World War II channel on YouTube talks about this exact thing. Oh. But revenge is not a strategy. It is pure insanity that Israel is now more than 6 months... Oh, we've already got this. Okay, yeah. If Israel... Oh, yeah. If Israel ends up with an indefinite occupation of both Gaza and the West Bank, it would be a toxic military, economic, and moral overstretch that would delight Israel's most dangerous foe, Iran, and repel all its allies in the West and the Arab world. Hey, that's what I said. I didn't say it as articulately as that, but I said that. Fuck you. Earlier in the war, Israeli military and political leaders would tell you that moderate Arab leaders wanted Israel to wipe out Hamas, an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood that is detested by every Arab monarch. Sure, they would have liked Hamas gone if it could have been done in a few weeks with a few civilian casualties. It's now clear that it can't be, and prolonging the war is not in the interests of the moderate Arab states, particularly Saudi Arabia. From the conversations I've been having here in Riyadh and in Washington, I describe Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's view of the Israeli invasion of Gaza today like this: get out as soon as possible. All Israel is doing at this point is killing more and more civilians, turning Saudis who favored normalization with Israel against it, creating more recruits for Al-Qaeda and ISIS, empowering Iran and its allies, fomenting instability, and driving away much needed foreign investment from this region. The idea of wiping out Hamas once and for all is a pipe dream in the Saudi view. If Israel wants to continue to do special operations in Gaza to get the leadership, no problem. But no boots permanently on the ground. Please get get to a full ceasefire and hostage release as soon as possible and focus instead on the US, Saudi, Israeli, Palestinian security normalization deal. Again, question I've got here is Hamas not accepting any other alternative power, governing power in Gaza. What do you do about that? That is the other road that Israel could take right now, the one that no major Israeli opposition leader is arguing for as the top priority, but the one that the Biden administration and the Saudis, Egyptians, Jordanians, Bahrainians, Moroccans, Emiratis are rooting for. Maybe there is something I'm missing. Its success is by no means a sure thing, but neither is the total victory that Netanyahu is promising. This other road starts with Israel foregoing any total military invasion of Rafah, which is right up against the border with Egypt and is the main route through which humanitarian relief enters Gaza by trucks. The area is home to more than 200,000 permanent residents and now also more than 1 million refugees from northern Gaza. It is also where the last 4 most intact Hamas battalions are said to be dug in, and maybe its leader, Yahya Sinwar. The Biden administration has been telling Netanyahu publicly that he must not engage in a full-scale invasion of Rafah without a credible plan to get those 1 million plus civilians out of the way, and that Israel has yet to present such a plan. Is this article old? I thought there were little fucking camps being built outside Rafah now. Israel camps outside Rafah. I thought Israel were actually building tent cities. Yeah, they bought 40,000 tents. Look at this, 3 days ago. They're building fucking tent cities outside of Rafah now. Look at it. Whoop. 40K tents for 1 million people. I mean, I think they assume that not everyone's going to leave, and that other people might have tents. I don't fucking know. Or, well, some people will have been going to Khan Yunis, right? But still, it's... So yeah, they're... Wow. Anyway. Scary. But privately, they are being more blunt and telling Israel, no massive invasion of Rafah, period. A senior US official put it to me this way: we are not saying to Israel, just leave Hamas be. We are saying that we believe there is a more targeted way to go after the leadership without leveling Rafah block by block. The Biden team, he insisted, is not trying to spare the Hamas bosses. Just spare Gaza another spasm of mass civilian losses. Let's remember, the official added, that Israel thought Hamas's leaders were in Khan Yunis and destroyed much of that town looking for them and not finding them. True! And they did the same with Gaza City in the north. What happened? Sure, a lot of Hamas fighters were killed, but many others just dissolved into the ruins and have now popped up anew. So much that a Hamas unit on April 18th was able to fire a rocket from Beit Lahia in northern Gaza toward the Israeli city of Ashkelon. Bro, how so many rockets, bro? Really? US officials are convinced that if Israel now smashes up all of Rafah after having done the same to big parts of Khan Yunis and Gaza City and has no credible Palestinian partner to relieve it of the security burden of governing a broken Gaza, it will be making the kind of mistake the United States made in Iraq and end up dealing with a permanent insurgency. I said that. That's the exact words I used. On top of a permanent humanitarian crisis. But there would be one critical difference. The United States is a superpower that could fail in Iraq and bounce back. For Israel, a permanent Gaza insurgency would be crippling, especially with no friends left. Damn. Fucking Lil broing the state of Israel. True. And that is why US officials tell me that if Israel does mount a military operation in Rafah, over the administration's objections, President Biden would consider restricting certain arms sales to Israel. This is not only because the Biden administration wants to avoid more civilian casualties in Gaza out of humanitarian concerns, or because they would further inflame global public opinion against Israel and make it even more difficult for the Biden team to defend Israel. It's because the administration believes that a full-scale Israeli invasion of Rafah will both undermine prospects for a new hostage exchange, for which officials say there are now some fresh glimmers of hope, and destroy 3 vital projects it has been working on to enhance Israel's long-term security. The first is an Arab peacekeeping force that could replace Israeli troops in Gaza so that Israel can get out and not be stuck occupying both Gaza and the West Bank forever. Several Arab states have been discussing sending peacekeeping troops to Gaza to replace Israeli troops, who would have to leave provided there is a permanent ceasefire, and the presence of the troops would be formally blessed by a joint decision of the PLO, the umbrella body bringing together most Palestinian factions, and the Palestinian Authority. Again, if this Arab peacekeeping force starts fighting with fucking Hamas, okay. Oh, let's keep going. The Arab states would also would most likely insist on some US military logistical assistance. Nothing has yet been decided, but the idea is under active consideration. The second is the US, Saudi, Israeli, Palestinian diplomatic security deal that the administration is close to finalizing in terms of with the Saudi Crown Prince. It has several components, but the three key US Saudi ones are a mutual defense pact between the United States and Saudi Arabia that would take any ambiguity out of what America would do if Iran attacked Saudi Arabia. The United States would come to Riyadh's defense and vice versa, streamlining Saudi access to the most advanced US weapons, a tightly controlled civilian nuclear deal that would allow Saudi Arabia to reprocess its own uranium deposits for use in its own civilian nuclear reactor. God, this guy's thinking of everything. In return, the Saudis would curb Chinese investment inside Saudi Arabia, as well as any military ties, and build its next-generation defense systems entirely with US weaponry, which would be a boon for American defense manufacturers and make the two armies entirely interoperable. For the Saudis, with their abundant cheap energy and physical space, would like to host some of the massive data processing centers required by US tech companies to exploit artificial intelligence at a time when domestic US energy costs and physical space are becoming so scarce that new data centers are becoming harder and harder to build at home. Saudi Arabia would also normalize relations with Israel, provided that Netanyahu committed to work towards a two-state solution with an overhauled Palestinian Authority. And last, the United States would bring together Israel, Saudi Arabia, other moderate Arab states, and key European allies into a single integrated security architecture to counter Iranian missile threats the way it did on an ad hoc basis when Iran attacked Israel on April 13th in retaliation for an Israeli strike on some senior Iranian military leaders suspected of running operations against Israel, who were meeting at an Iranian diplomatic compound in Syria. This coalition will not come together on any continued basis without Israel getting out of Gaza and committing to work toward Palestinian statehood. There is no way Arab states can be seen to be permanently protecting Israel from Iran if Israel is permanently occupying Gaza and the West Bank. US and Saudi officials also know that without Israel in the deal, the US-Saudi security components are not likely to ever get through Congress. The Biden team wants to complete the US-Saudi part of the deal so that it can act like the opposition party that Israel does not have right now and be able to say to Netanyahu, you can be remembered as the leader who presided over Israel's worst military catastrophe on October 7th, or the leader who led Israel out of Gaza and opened the road to normalization between Israel and the most important Muslim state. Your choice. And it wants to offer this choice publicly so that every Israeli can see it. So let me end where I began. Israel's long-term interests are in Riyadh, not Rafah. Of course, neither is a sure thing, and both come with risks. And I know that it's not so easy for Israelis to weigh them when so many global protesters these days are hammering Israel for its bad behavior in Gaza and giving Hamas a free pass. Oh no. But that's what leaders are for, to make the case that the road to Riyadh has a much bigger payoff at the end of the road than the road to Rafah, which will be dead end in every sense of the term. I totally respect that Israelis are the ones who will have to live with the choice. I just want to make sure they know they have one. Hey. Wow, the Israeli whisperer. What does that mean, though? Does that just mean... I could see a world where if there is this willing pan-Arab fucking... effort to rebuild Gaza or to administrate, I could understand Israel handing over parts of Gaza at a time. That would make sense. Check DM. Where, Elliot? I can't see you in my... Did you add me? What DMs? On Discord? I can't see any... What, from who? Where? What's your Discord name? Twitter. Oh. Oh. What the fuck is this? Daily Beast, pro-Israel agitator shouts, "Kill the Jews." Oh no. At least one of them found out. Counter-protester holding an Israeli flag. Oh, they're trying to do like a frame. Wait. If they're holding Israeli flag... Okay, so they're not trying to hide that they're pro-Israel.
Mic check! Mic check!
Anybody on board? Anybody on board? You just chanted for it. You just chanted for it.
Uh-oh, don't try to out-chant the bigger crowd.
We're gonna let them leave! We're gonna give them a pass! We're gonna give them a pass! We're gonna let them leave! We're gonna let them leave! Everybody got it? Yeah. All hail, honorable leader of Qatari government, who's paying our bills, Qatari government. All hail the Qatari government, who pays our bills and pays our protests.
The Qatari government. This is the thing, though, is like you can't really do a Jewish counter protest to these guys because it just gets fucking dominated by hardline Zionist fucking psychos, doesn't it? Like.
You just called Intifada! You just called Intifada! What do we want? Ceasefire! Hey! Now! What do we want? Ceasefire!
Okay. Whatever, dude. Huh. Mental. Imagine if both sides came together like in the 90s. Okay. Intifada is trending on Twitter. Did I have another DM? I did. This. Apparently some of these unis are closed until the end of semester or some shit. What's this? Oh, wait. Did I miss something? Articles oh, it's just the Daily Beast article. No, I got the gist. That's cool. Thank you. Ceasefire. Stop. This is California Polytechnic. Poly. Fucking Visegrad, yeah. Oh, they really went to town on the place, didn't they? Like, a part of me feels like they just want to party. Intifada Hall. Ah, bro. Stop the genocide. Free Gaza. Free Gaza. Yeah. That's a good one. Good one. Swear to God, these people just don't want to take finals. Maybe. God, I just thought, maybe I mentioned this yesterday. Yeah, I did. Oh, if I could have done street interviews at one of these unis. Because I honestly, I told you guys yesterday, I don't feel like I necessarily trust the representations that are being given by either side, because obviously I don't trust it when people are like, nah, they're all fine with what we're doing here. Look, we did Passover and Jewish Voice for Peace said that they're good with what we're doing. Like, mate, that's not really saying all that much, you know? But I also don't really know if I trust because obviously these accounts like Visegrad and these people, they only want to show you examples of people they only want to show you examples of people being like as cringe as possible. So it's like, fuck.
You guys are shouting for intifada? You know what an intifada is? What is it?
Like this guy, this dickhead, right? Like, just ask it like an interview question. You'll get much more honest answers. And now people are just going to feel like they're aggressed upon. They're going to like know that the camera's on them and that they need to like put up a certain impression. Or yeah, fuck.
What is an intifada? You guys are proud of shouting for intifada? Yeah?
Or they're just going to fucking stonewall you and you look like a fucking freak.
Woo!
Nihil, thanks for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. Fuck, I wish I was American. I'd get over to it. Oh, God. Sorry, I didn't read any super chats today as well. Sorry, I got a few, even though we reset the bars. Just RF 1001, thanks for the £2. Can we watch the song Israel, You Are Not Alone? No, sorry, not this. DJ Monotonous, thanks for the $9.99. Hi, Loner. I really appreciate you taking the time to look at the Bender debate. I think you mean Bender. I definitely should have had things more prepared, but I think you should try and debate Bender. Was it on purpose? And others like him. Okay. I'll think about it. Grolixes, thanks for the $2. Donating simply because Lonerbox is the best. That is so damn cute. You others, you should follow suit. Look at that empty bar. Don't leave that empty bar empty for too long, you guys fucking assholes. Anyway, Grolixes, thanks for the $2 again. HDR images exist on Google. Question everything /s. Hey. Eitan, thanks for the $10. Total tangent. Been meaning to tell you that the correct pronunciation is Rabin. Lazy Israelis say Rabin, but it's technically not correct. My name is Eitan, but everyone says Eitan. Me too. Okay. That's not my fault. You guys deserve to have names mispronounced if you can't even make up your own fucking minds. I'm sorry. Sorry. If Bender does call-ins, you might as well. He'd be really easy to get a hold of for a conversation. Yeah. It would be... I'm probably already going to talk to Lycan about the student protest at some point. But if I feel like it's still going on in a couple of days, then I'll give it a go. Because I've got Lycan and Kevin Logan to talk about at some point in the coming days. So, one thing at a time, guys. One thing at a time. Like, this is just so... Fuck me. Students will go back home when Israelis will go back to Europe. Their real homes, US, etc. I guess they say etc., so I guess they do mean Europe, US, North Africa, Middle East. I guess the etc. does give you a bit of scope there, doesn't it? Hmm. The right of return to North America. This fucking video, man. I just...
You're hurting me! You're hurting me! Ow! 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 Help! Help!
I guess the hurt is probably coming from the fact that he's got his hands bound behind him and he's probably getting his arm twisted in some awkward angle or some shit. But yeah, you need to learn how to get arrested. It's a whole thing. You sent me better cringe in Discord. Where? Elliot B. You guys are hurting me. Just saying. I remember Celery's arrest photos looking very graceful. I'm pretty sure Celery's fucking... I hope they don't mind me doing this because we haven't spoken in a while, but still good terms. Let me see. I wonder if it used to be a profile. I think it was like a Twitter banner or a profile picture, but it's changed. Don't think I can find it. But that's the whole point in them doing that, of like dead weighting, is because the idea is that you're still inconveniencing the cops because they need a lot of guys to move you, but you're also not hurting yourself and you're not escalating because you're just sitting there. It's a good strategy, just saying. Good civil disobedience. Anyway, I don't know. I can't see this, but you can see millions of them, though. You really like this dead weight idea. It's because they do it well. Look, you just kind of sit there and make them lug you, and look at it, they're happy and shit. I don't know. Wait, are there any of these in America? What's the just a boil? Do they ever do this in America? Maybe the American cops just don't let you do that. Maybe they just... What's an example of more disciplined protesters in America? Because in America, would they say this is resisting arrest and then just beat the shit out of you? Or would you have to just... What's an example, though? There must be an example of protesters in America who know how to handle the cops better. Bernie. When Bernie got arrested. I feel like this is different times, but... Yeah, I feel like cops were built a bit different back at these times, so I'd rather not use this as an example. It works in the UK because there's guidance that says you need one officer on each arm and one for your legs if you go floppy. Our cops are still kind of built that way, so you just have to walk with them. Okay. I don't know, what... Do they have climate protesters in the US, though? I swear I've seen protesters do this in the US. Maybe I just imagined it. I guess they're all standing. What's this? That's Europe. This United States? Yeah, I guess here you just kind of walk with them, don't you? You just go for a little stroll. You want to behave yourself. Civil rights movement and Indians? I don't think these guys were, the Native American guys were treated well when they were arrested, you know? Oh, did they do this? Okay. How are they arrested then? What did the cops do? Let's see. I feel like they're probably going to rough them up here.
Protests in South Dakota.
Let's see. TYT. Okay, this is not the same as the floppy thing, but okay.
Stand back.
Alright, so she's complying, but she's just kind of shouting while she complies. Okay. Because I think in the America, legally at least, you're allowed to just shout whatever at cops, right? But in the UK, if you swear at a cop, they can like fuck you up, right? What is this an example of? What did I just get this link from? Did I just... Oh. Protester cringe. No, I'm not looking for cringe right now. I'm looking for American protesters who know how to handle we've seen this. We've seen this a million times. What the fuck? You're a fascist. Yeah, we saw this. This is Dustin's stream, right? I thought he was... Someone said he was at the student protests. Is he?
Want to worry?
No, this is the Minds thing, isn't it? I don't even know what this is. What's the topics? What am I gonna... Do I want to watch any of this? Election integrity debate? Boring. Conspiracy theories are fun. With Jimmy Dore and Alex... Boring. Is America becoming a communist country? Boring. Stand-up comedy. With Dave Rubin. Okay. Whatever. Apparently Shark is at one of the protests. He's streaming it. Okay. Let's see.
A mass shooter or some wild gunman. That's why they had to have snipers everywhere. Obviously. Police just wouldn't randomly shoot protesters if given the opportunity to, would they? Police, they don't do that. Police don't shoot people unless they really need to, right? Unless they fear for their life, right? They wouldn't do that. I love cops. They're too cool to do that.
I thought it was
If you really thought that, you probably wouldn't be there. But if you thought the cops were going to shoot you, but,
they're actually dancing over there. They're hand in hand. They're going nutty back there. It's really cool.
That's it. We're gonna get interviews or what?
They're busting it down. Indiana
I'm
style.
on good terms with Shark. Should I just ask him should I just feed him interview questions, or is he just if he's done anything interesting here, that'd be cool. But right now he's just there. Don't think he's done it. Okay.
Just about south of Indianapolis.
Please be patient.
You can
with
stream
me.
on Shorts. I'm streaming on Shorts right now. That's crazy. That's crazy. I thought it was just gonna be a normal YouTube video. Anyways, I don't know how this is going to save. I haven't done something like this before, so maybe it will, maybe it won't. I don't really know. You guys are just gonna have to let me know because I haven't streamed on Shorts before. I haven't streamed like this. The last time I did a YouTube stream, I think it was another protest, like the sit-in on the first Starbucks in Indiana. We've been doing a lot of stuff in Indiana, man. We've been doing a lot of stuff in Indiana. When's stuff gonna come to Kentucky? There was one thing in Kentucky. It was the anti-trans bill that was passed. It was in Frankfurt. There was a protest. I didn't know about it actually until it was already happening, and I don't live close enough to Frankfurt to be able to make that drive, to be able to be there in enough time for it to mean anything. So I was shit out of luck then, unfortunately. Welcome to Indiana. This place is terrible. Don't worry, I've been there before. Is it because you're holding your phone vertically? Listen, YouTube said hold it vertically. That was recommended.
What? So he did go to one of the protests. I got like 3 okay-ish interviews, but they started running around and calling me a Zionist and said I was engaging his Hasbara. Bro, I spoke to this one dude. No, wait, it's the other way around. I'm in South Mall at the UT campus. I spoke to this one dude, and I think he got ostracized from his entire social circle for talking to me. That's just like me in the online space. Based. Fuck, I wish I was American. Fuck, I should just move. What's the point in the UK? I don't even like it here. I can go undetected, like a torpedo. Like special forces. They don't know who I am, most of them. Can you cook, replace lichen? I mean, I could learn to cook, but anyone can fucking cook. But no. Well, I can, just not like chef levels. I know how to cook the things that make me happy, but like a chef, you got to cook dishes that like other people that you might not care for that much for, and other people would like, or like large variety. I'm like, I cook enough for a good autistic protein heavy week. That's me. Quick, simple. Meat and potatoes. This is near the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Protests are near the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Fucking split audio. Fuck off. Leftists against leftists, hilarious. Oh god, the right way. It's a news. Every time there's a news live feed, it's always filled up with the funniest, most fucking unhinged, like normie right wingers. That's what I think it is. It's normie right wingers. Free Israel. They look sexually frustrated. These people don't know about online poll. That's what they're like. Islam is the problem. Okay, dude. Does this person not know that even when everyone was fucking secular, like you had the exact same situation anyway? Did Islam make the PLO the way that they were? Sure. Or Nasser, or fucking Hafez al-Assad, or Saddam Hussein. Like, was it Islam that made them do that shit? Like, no. So dumb. Okay. Did you hear Kaimani James got kicked out of camp? Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. How does this compare to the MLK sit-ins? The MLK sit-ins were pretty... Those guys were pretty well behaved. Obviously, they weren't allowed to be sitting at the lunch counters they were at. But besides that, they didn't really... They were quite disciplined and not reciprocating violence or abuse. Like, that's why you have all those photos of them just sitting there and people are pouring ketchup over their heads and shit like that, and they just sit and take it. I'll find you a good interview from the time. As a white segregationist lady commenting on the lunch counter sit-ins. I want to find it because it's a really good quote. Where is it? I'm just asking. I don't know it. No, that's fine. You can ask. Let me see. Where the fuck is it? Where is the... No, this is the fucking video essay. Not that. I want the Ihue person. Lady? Woman? Fuck me, man. Where was it? It was an article. It wasn't a paper. It wasn't a paper. What the fuck was it? TED Talk? Okay, what? Jacobin? No, it wasn't Jacobin. Fuck. Imagine something interesting appearing in Jacobin. I need to put all this into Obsidian. Fuck. I guess I can just look through my video. Easy done. Box. YouTube channel. Ihue. It gives one pause. A few months. Oh, this video deserved so much more. Fucking, I feel like this video was so useful. 75,000 views. Oh well. Whatever, dude. Feel like we could have solved so many problems with this video if more people saw it. Oh, it was from Nonviolent Methods and the American Civil Rights Movement. Well, yeah, this is from the Richmond, Virginia News Leader, 1960, commenting on the sit-ins. Many a Virginian must have felt a tinge of wry regret at the state of things as they are, in reading of Saturday's sit-downs by Negroes in Richmond stores. Here were the colored students, disavow, in coats, white shirts, ties, and one of them was reading Goethe, and one was taking notes from a biology text. And here on the sidewalk outside was a gang of white boys come to heckle a ragtail rabble, slack-jawed, black-jacked, grinning fit to kill, and some, God save the mark, were waving the proud and honored flag of the southern states in the last war fought by gentlemen. Ihue. It gives one pause. Yeah. It's just not really the same vibe, and this does capture the spirit of like what was happening at the sit-ins. Lorna Box said, "Shut the fuck up. That's not the N-word. It's not even soft A." Ihue. I heard the N-word. Well, it's because you're fucking racist, obviously. You hear that all the time. Click over to Dustin's stream.
Like, blah, 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 I love you, blah, 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 you're the greatest, blah, 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 my favorite YouTuber. Better than YouTubers, really. You should be in a whole higher category. I'm like, whatever. And then she was like, and then also a doctor kind of cut off my breast and because I thought I was a boy when I was a kid. And then later I found out I was actually a girl. And I'm like, oh, what? Her name is Chloe Cole, and she's awesome. So I was like, I don't really want that to happen. It's not good. But so I wrote a love song.
Speaking of love songs.
What's up, bro?
Hi.
Oh, it's him.
Oh, wait, what are you doing back there? All right, here. Okay.
I know him. I met him. He's actually all right. He's wacky. He's very strange, and it's quite Tim Pool's guy. He's a nice guy though.
Yeah, he's gonna hold it up because I don't know.
I don't think he's all there. He doesn't seem like he's all there.
So, all right. So it's like, So I wrote a song. It's like a parody of a love song. It's a love song.
Tobuscus. I
by
don't know
a
who
guy named
Tobuscus
Richard
is.
Marx. You know, a lot of us have Richards in this
Who the
room
fuck is Tobuscus?
in our lives. You know,
Am I
the
supposed to
song
know
goes
who
out
this
to all
person
the
is?
Richards out there, and you know, people, Richards who have Richards, whatever. All right, all right.
Jesus, he talks like me.
Whoa, whoa.
Why is it so much less charming when he does it? Wait, do I sound like that? Am I like that? Fuck, no way. There's no way. Don't believe it.
That's it. Okay, cool. I've been there from the start.
Don't play the low E over a C, you dickhead. I know it's technically in the chord, but it muddies the...
So much to say. All I can do is hang in shame. I hear your friends, they're chatting online, and now they're calling you a different name. If you so choose to sever, that choice is Joe's forever. Don't cut off your dick, don't stitch up your gooch.
Oh
I will be right down here. Whoa, hold on. Hold on, no, we got it wrong.
Oh, God, fuck,
This is a nightmare. How awkward. All right, that's awkward. Keep going.
Let's keep watching.
Yeah, I don't know. We're screwed. We're screwed. We're screwed, guys. We're screwed. This is wrong. This whole song was so beautiful for a second, almost. It was almost going to be beautiful, but, you know, Ian came up here with his fanny pack. All right, here, hold this instead. Hold this instead. All right. Wait. Just act like that didn't happen. Yeah, we'll cut it out. It'll be fine. All right, hold it. Focus. All right,
You know what's funny is that this guy is shitting on trans people, obviously, with the don't cut off your dick shit. But compared to... Have you seen Katie Montgomery, the British trans person, trans activist, obviously? She fights with TERFs on Twitter a lot. She's actually like a really good shredder. Have you seen? Look at this. Oh my God. I love this kind of fucking metal for the gym. Holy shit. She's gonna solo. She's doing solos. I can see her on the behind the deck. All right, now there's what? All right, now this guy.
Trying to change his style first. All right. Yeah. All right. Where was I? Don't cut off your dick. Don't stitch up your gooch. I will be right down here waiting for you. I'll stand up for you for as long as I can. One day, who knows, maybe I'll come in handy. Was there a joke there? When you're feeling down,
Just arpeggios. Those are not just arpeggios, you fucking idiot. Why would you say that? That based on what? Because is it because some shredders often play just arpeggios, like Dragon Force? You just like they sound similar and just use the default dismissal and applied it to someone who's not doing? Huh? Okay.
You are, 'cause you're number one standing up. Gold medals are won by a couple inches. It's significant, and I was there when you won the cup. Sure, Michael Phelps is a champion swimmer, but out of your daddy's wiener,
it's all those
you were the winner.
straining notes. Fuck.
Whatever the shit, I will be right down here waiting through it. Wherever you want, at first I will go. My preferred pronouns are not a whole. I know that we were meant to be, but it's your call. Don't ask me how I know, I'll just feel it deep down in my balls. My bow. You would be singing that, that'd be epic. cut off your dick.
This guy is actually quite good musically. I seem to recall him playing quite well guitar and singing, but fuck me.
Just give me a chance to show that I deserve to live in your pants. You've already won. You're the champion.
Is this a paid event?
Michael Phelps.
I hope it was.
Michael Phelps of your daddy's ball said, whoever the fuck. Sorry, I spit everywhere. Whatever the shit, I will be right down here. I stand up for you for as long as I can. One day, who knows, maybe I'll come in handy. Come in handy, 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 come. He just got it, handy, come in handy, come in handy. It's a dick joke. It's all right. Cool.
It's ironic that that's the kind of punchline of the song, because never before have I ever wanted to cut off my dick so I can split it in half and scrunch it up into fucking earplugs. Like, what the hell, man? I wish I was trans. You know, I really just want to be trans just so I can like be one more person to make this guy unhappy on Earth. You know, I just want to be one more. I just want to be one straw. I want to be one more straw on this fucking brain dead camel's back.
Hey, you. Toby Turner. Oh, we lost one of the pages. Oh, all right.
He reminds me of the stand-up comedians who think screaming in a silly voice is peak comedy. Yeah, but the problem is that American audiences, especially Southern American audiences, reinforce the fuck out of that, and they love it.
We got one more song, and then we're gonna do this.
Wait, what? Oh no. Not enough memory to open this page. Am I getting mogged? I remember though. I remember when every kid thought Adam Sandler was really funny. I was there. It was rough times, man. I remember I thought Adam Sandler was really funny. I've watched some of those films back and I'm like, what the fuck? Download more RAM. Shut up. He's still going. Oh, they're playing Metallica. Oh, God. Are they going to change the words to make it about trans people?
No longer
Black light. Did they make? Oh, you fucking.
Black Lives Matter. Media's no longer the news. Garage door pull rope, they call the news. Justice Smollett's a silly goon, but black lives still matter.
Just to be clear, there is actually, it's impossible to do this successfully. To repackage popular songs and to substitute them with your political ideology, it never works. Never. There's been no instance. Hey. You're losing before you even start.
Primary flag that we should wave is a motherfucking USA.
Also, you should have got the. Oh no, the capo. Fuck me. It's Tobuscus a nonce. What? Oh, LGBTQ, hey, don't forget that one.
All this talk about civil war.
He's giving it his best, though.
Good of that shit's ignored.
Come on. Is his name Adam, this guy? Come on. I don't know, I can't remember his fucking name. Moonlord.
Fucking Black Lives Matter. Freaking Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you for being a part of our first show. Toby Turner.
Ian Crossland.
Ladies and gentlemen, the night's going to get hot.
Crosslander.
It's just getting started. Coming up is going to be Shane Cashman to talk you all in. You're going to have a wonderful night tonight. It's going to be really awesome. Shout out to everybody involved, Minds for putting this event on. You know, the Vulcan Theater, excellent, excellent venue. Tip your bartenders. Tip them big. Tip them heavy. They love you for it. Everyone, have a
And
good
buy
night.
gold.
See you later.
Don't forget to buy gold. And powdered meals to save for the Civil War.
It's legit.
Tinned food that lasts 10 years. Come on. Don't forget tinned food that lasts 10 years for the Civil War.
Give it up for Toby and Ian. I love these guys.
Black Rifle Coffee. Don't forget Black Rifle Coffee.
So, give it up for yourselves. You guys, we all survived one more day on this beautiful prison planet. And now we're here to have a little fun.
Oh, now they're fun.
I love 6th Street. I love coming down here. I love the homeless magician outside with the 10-foot anaconda. That's not a euphemism. I love that he's the least dangerous thing on 6th Street. I love that it was sorority night. And there was like 1,000 sorority girls walking around. I don't know if you saw them last night. It was like walking through 1,000 Britney Spears TikToks where she's half naked and juggling knives. Terrifying. But I love Texas in general. My wife and I took the pilgrimage to Buc-ee's. You all know Buc-ee's? Yeah. That place is amazing. That place is amazing. We went there. It's our new Mecca. And I'm blown away. It was clean. It was bright. They have infrastructure in place. The general manager makes $175,000 a year. That's crazy. That's amazing. That's like the last place where the American dream is. Yeah, dude, I saw the sign. It was crazy. I saw the sign. So they have like bathrooms from the future. I'm just blown away that I'm beginning to think that I'm going to legitimately consider voting for Buc-ee's for president of this country. I'm filled. So everyone, and they're the same people who murdered JFK. So you know, everyone's stoked.
I can't even. Normally, you can hear the laughing even if it's not mic'd up.
That's why we're here for the Minds Fest. We're here to have complicated conversations in person.
Oh yeah.
Always better than Twitter or Minds. You know, we love to be in person. We can be here and talk about all the problems in the world. And you know, I got to say, I respect even people like the Krasensteins or Destiny, who's here today.
Hey.
You know, we need people to have conversations with that we don't agree with on the other side. That's an important thing.
True.
I think that's how I grew up thinking we should have conversations like that, and we should do them here in person. But the weird thing about there's two things I see a lot of online. That's drag shows and Destiny, and it's because the right-wing Twitter constantly pimps them out. And you guys know the Krasensteins? Y'all know them? Yeah, you're big fans? No? I think it's amazing. I think it's amazing that the gerbils that crawled up Richard Gere's asshole now have unfettered access to Elon Musk on Twitter. That's amazing. That's amazing. But no, it's very good to be here, you know, in this very divisive, violent world. And it's great to have these social media platforms where we can kind of share ideas and build the immune system.
Wait, did Jewish Voice for Peace really... I don't know. I don't speak Hebrew. Did Jewish Voice for Peace really write Hebrew words on their banner the wrong way around? People say that the majority of them aren't Jewish, but I don't know where that comes from. I don't know why people believe that. I've also heard that one of their people who runs their social media accounts is in Lebanon, which makes it very unlikely that they're Jewish because there are not that many Jews and like 20 of them, and they're all old as fuck. They went left to right. How would you even do that though? Google Translate, would that make you do that? Did they just Google the letters? Or how would you... that? It's been your 96-year-old grandmother running it the whole time. It may be. They probably had a stencil. Yeah, but that wouldn't. The English words are the right way around. It's not a the stencil didn't do that. No, stop. That's a horrible excuse. Being Jewish doesn't mean you know Hebrew. If you're an organization called Jewish Voice for Peace, you should probably have at least someone there who knows Hebrew. Probably easy enough to find. Like, I can just go into my Discord and be like, Hebrew speakers, and then I'll get fucking 10 people lining up like little mice to a pipe.
Of our beliefs, it's, you know, it's a crazy dark world out there, and I've been thinking about tragedies. You know, like the Sandy Hook tragedy was a terrible, terrible thing.
Or the very least, you'd know how it's written.
Disgusting event. A man named Adam Lanza, a scrawny little kid, hopped up on SSRIs, walked into a school and took the lives of innocent kids. Makes me sick. But I do wonder sometimes what would have happened if someone sat Adam down and said, this is Twitter, you can amplify your voice to the world. I'm fairly certain he would have grown up to be just another degenerate reply guy, you know? Just mass shooting the comment sections constantly.
Wait, what?
Not the other way around. Today it feels like a very oppressive force. They made a decision about 52 years ago to start printing money. When they ended our relationship with reality, when they ended the relationship with gold. It allowed the government to become much larger than it was ever intended to be.
The gold standard.
And for many people, that created an inflationary wind that blew at their backs and caused incredible wealth and incredible inventions for many people. But for most, that wind is blowing in your face.
God, fucking aristocracy is so happy with this JVP thing that she tweeted it twice. Fucking hell. Colonizer language. True facts.
That wind is working against you. $4 trillion in debt and more problems today than we've ever had as a society. And weakness everywhere. Austin knows about storms, right? I know about storms. Storm is in a large amount of energy focused on a locale. This government storm that is raging, in my opinion, and from the history books, won't last longer than this humanity will. It will not. The storm that you represent, free thinkers, those who are in search of liberty and justice and fairness, work hard and be able to have what you earn, and no one's coming to take that from you.
Wait, this Kill the Jews video, do we actually know who in it is saying kill the Jews? I didn't hear the first couple of seconds. Hang on. You a coffee guy? Yeah. Are you guys coffee guys? That's why you should get Black Rifle Coffee. Ugh! The only coffee company that gives you free bullets with every ground coffee sack. And is sponsored by the National Rifle Association. I don't even fucking know what their connection is. Fuck. Where was it? Who gave me the thing, the video? The kill the Jews guy with a flag. I'm a T guy personally. Hell no. How are you gonna get jittery and full of pep? Is it here? Yeah, this guy. Yeah. Is this the video though? All right.
Mic check! Mic check! Got it! Okay. Kill the Jews. Anybody on board? Anybody on board? You take chances for it.
Wait.
Got it! Okay. Kill the Jews. Anybody on board? Anybody on board? You take chances for it. You just chances for it.
Oh, that it was probably it probably was one of the counter protesters, right? Because the camera was off him and they all just said it really quickly. He had his hand up.
Mic check! Mic check! Got it! Okay. Kill the Jews. Anybody on board? Anybody on board? You take
Yeah, that guy. It sounded like it came from that guy. Yeah, it probably was him, yeah. Fucking knob. All right.
Life to be an example to those around us.
I feel like these Zionist hardliners, like they literally have no idea how it must be really mindfucky, because you hear people saying things that you're maybe more used to hearing from like actual Holocaust deniers and people who are who believe in the protocols or are pro Hamas and like from the Arab or Muslim world. But then you hear it coming from those same phrases coming from leftists who don't mean that at all. And then you just can't get your head around it. I think that's why there's so much incredulity when leftists get accused of anti-Semitism. It's because they genuinely don't feel it. They just don't realize that they're saying and doing a lot of things that remind people who have connections to Israel of actual anti-Semitism. Yeah, but the lack of effort to understand that is just like really, you should know. I feel like, yeah. In the end, it's all the same. Absolutely fucking not. It's not the same. You have to know who your opposition is if you're going to oppose them. Otherwise, you look insane. Like you look tone deaf. You look, yeah.
On the other side of fear, life, my real identity, my real purpose, my real accomplishments
is to
they're
sell
already
gold.
in front of you. They're already in your mind. Know your mind. Look to where you're afraid to make that apology. You're afraid to make that phone call. Come clean about that thing. Start there. Start small. I have walked through so many fears, and I am nothing special. I'm just some guy. But if you imagine in your mind for a moment someone that you would describe as exceptional, an incredible human being, an extraordinary person, just go with me for a minute.
I used to be called an anti-Semite, but I was using the word Zionist at Israelis, thinking it meant something different than them, and always walked away confused. Yeah, like using Zionist as a pejorative, depending on the way people do it, like in the context. Yeah, that to some people that would sound like anti-Semitism, because like that is, yeah, it just depends on what context you've used the word. But usually when people use like very dehumanizing language against Zionists, and then they're sitting there thinking like, well, bro, I'm a fucking Zionist, but I support a Palestinian state, and I support refugee rights, and I support reparations and all that, but like, fuck, I'm subhuman? God, you must just hate Jews. It's like, well, yeah, that's how they would feel, yeah. What's the most you've lost on the toss of a coin? Have I ever, I don't know. If I lose on the toss of a coin, I do, I should flip it again. Fuck you. What are you going to do? That was the H3 rant. Yeah, but no one understands it, because when they say Zionist, they just think they mean someone who supports killing all the Palestinians or whatever, or settlements. Like, nothing about Zionism means you have to support settlements. Nothing about Zionism means you have to reject the Palestinian state and all that. Yeah, it's just, fuck. Okay. Whatever, bro. Why are people asking again, what's the most I've ever lost in a coin? Why are you asking this? I haven't done... Is there a meme? Okay. Anyway, my internet's being a bit weird. I don't know why. Thank you for being around to clarify things like these. Do my best, you know, whatever. Well, we got one segment out of today. The hostage Hassan meme. We got that one out. That was a decent segment. I don't think any of our debate partners appeared today. I guess it's a weekend. Makes sense. Every now and then, the source has funny memes. There's no such thing as cis men. Okay. What debate? Well, debate opponents. I think Kevin Logan wants to debate me on genocide, and I think what'd you call it? Kevin Logan wants to debate me on genocide, and Lycan, I think we might debate on the student stuff. Although I imagine the Lycan one will probably just be a lot more looking stuff up and double checking everything because the problem with the student protests is that there's so much information on it because it's just like so many people are just going off of videos and statements from different people in the movement and all that shit. So yeah. Whoa. Holy shit. Badge. Thanks for the £50. What the fuck? You're a cool dude. Support badgers in the UK. Maybe I will. You know, badgers, they have rights. There was a cull and everything. Brian May was against it.
You're a cool dude. Support badgers in the UK.
God damn. $62.44 exchange rate. Yeah. Ellen and Josh wanted to debate. The problem with debating someone like Ellen is he's only in there to try and farm clips so that he can spread around his fucking mates. And I don't know, I guess maybe in the hopes that one day he'll become a streamer. Like, I don't fucking... but he's just a troll. Like, I don't know if I should really be giving attention to people like that who are so clearly in bad faith. Like, I don't think he's a bad guy or anything. He's just like a clown, you know? Like just a very uncurious person. $50 donut. Don't insult the king's... Do not insult the king's treasury like that, please. The crown's reserve. That's £50 sterling. It's more than $50. The king's vault. Oh, I was supposed to be doing notes for the Israel-Palestine history. I also found a really good paper on the First Intifada that I might look up. I think my tweet encouraged a bit of pushback from Beast Process. I think he's maybe going to look into... Yeah, I think he's going to do a video on the First Intifada. Apparently this is a book on the communiques from the underground. That would be so interesting to read. 93, September 1. That UK socialist grifter money. True. Yeah. I like Beast Process. Yeah, he's a cool guy. Why this video is... I keep... every time I scroll through Twitter, this video just keeps coming back. What the fuck?
You're hurting me!
Just watch it again, I guess? Okay, why not? The thing is, he could actually be in quite a bit of pain because if your hands are bound like that and you're just being lifted up and you can't really control what angle you're at. Because he's kind of got like a, what's this cop doing? This cop has done this before, you can tell. Look at it. He's just yanking him by the elbow and then by the leg. Fuck's sake. I get these problems, but do you support the protests generally? Do I support the protests generally? It's really hard. Probably no, because I don't think they're really doing any good. I think the people there are mostly well-intentioned. I don't doubt that. But the way the leadership are and the rhetoric and the tactics and everything, I just don't think no. I think it's actually kind of an embarrassment. I don't know. If you can't even take optical advice from fucking Finkelstein, of all people. And their demands are clear. That's the thing I'd give them. They have clear demands. They want divestment. That makes sense. Yeah. Like, and they say ceasefire sometimes, whilst also saying Intifada, revolution, and supporting Hamas and bomb Tel Aviv. But somewhere in there, they're saying ceasefire sometimes. Having a Hezbollah flag isn't good for Syrian students. But no one fucking knows that Hezbollah are in Syria. No one at that protest knows that Hezbollah were helping fucking Assad in like 2012 and shit, and that they're still consolidating their positions in Syria and building themselves up in a certain area, in like certain parts. No. Divestment is not a reasonable demand. I think it is if it's targeted. I think if an organization wanted to divest from universities in the settlements in Area C, I'd be totally in favor of that. That would be fucking based. But I think they wanted to divest from like standing together and shit. And I'm like, bro, what? At least I heard that yesterday. Fuck, there were a few people in my Discord who wanted to talk, but they all left. Whoops. Maybe I should have bet. Should have bet. Yeah, well. Aren't they unhappy about Tel Aviv University? Yeah, which doesn't make any sense. Well, I mean, it does. It makes sense if you want to put pressure on all of Israel, or you just believe that like sanctions need to be hard, even if they're going to also hurt Israeli Arabs or Israeli leftists. Yeah. Anyway. It's good though. Today's segment was actually the only segment from today was a pro Hassan, anti Netanyahu segment. That's good. That's a good achievement. We're balancing the segment content. I also, a long time ago, a few months now, I had a kind of like a 3 or 4v1 debate against a bunch of Israeli right wingers. I think Olive still has that segment. I think that one needs to go up soon as well. Because they were on Destiny's stream, and then I jumped in, and then they ended up on my stream, and it was just me against like 3 or 4 of them, talking to them about the 48 war. That might be a good one. Anyway. Why care so much about illegal settlements when your enemy is Hamas? Bro, you can dislike 2 things at once. You're a fucking troll, Josh Murphy. Stop. Don't fuck with me. Ox Pecker, thanks for the $2. Speak out like Iranians who protested the MP would. Hey, okay. I'm redirecting you guys. Get out. Oh, IRI. Is IRI at protests? Wait. No way. No way. Huh. I'm just asking questions. You're asking really stupid questions. You're not asking questions. You are not a curious person, okay? I know. I know a curious person when I see one, and you? No. Oh, he's just watching it. I thought he was there because of the because of his thumbnail.
Kind of charge? I don't know if charge, but it's like
almost free.
I'm sure the rules.
Oh, this is a live
don't
feed.
allow
It's
you
from
to,
AP.
hang shit on the balconies, you know.
This is what I was watching.
This just in from the Pahrump Animal Shelter.
This is the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Oh, they're marching. They're actually at the... Wait. This is the... Is there another one? No, this is it, yeah. I want to watch this now, actually. Hang on, we're not going anywhere. Chill. Whoa. They're really right up in their faces, aren't they?
Uploaded some gaps I didn't like anymore. Here's your share.
Speedy Taco, thanks for the $10. I really appreciate that. God, that's so kind of you. Huh. Oh yeah, apparently this whole story about ICC indictments heading towards Netanyahu might actually be real. Channel 14? I'll believe it when I see it. Don't care. But yeah, that would be exciting. But thank you to whoever sent it to me. That's exciting. Because I want to see what they indict them for. I feel like if you're going to go for crimes, I think the water thing is a crime. No, sorry. I know the wording of the law probably does give you a way to believe that the way the law is worded, it does sound like if you're the one providing the water by selling it, you probably are allowed to turn it off legally. I can see how you can read the law that way, but it makes me wonder, if Israel was providing 100% of Gazan water as opposed to 10% and selling it to them, would it really just not be illegal for them to turn it off whenever they wanted to? Would that just not be a crime? And would Gazans just have to hope to get some other arrangement? What if they couldn't get one? Yeah, I would like to. I just think it makes sense for it to be a violation. Because even if you're selling it, like you've got an arrangement, like you've got the water running in, and it's indispensable to life. So like why you would cancel that arrangement? Anyway. What about the other way if it's only 1%? But that's a problem, right? Because it makes you wonder. The way I understood it is that some regions of Gaza are dependent, obviously, much more disproportionately on those pipes, right? So maybe you're only giving 1% of the water, but what if that 1% of the water is actually 70% of the water for one neighborhood, right? or if it's just a one, okay, as to engage your hypothetical, 1% distributed across all of Gaza. Again, I don't know, because I still don't think so, because what if other people made the same decision? Like, yeah, fuck. I don't know. I just have a thing about, I guess I just have a thing about water. Like, I just don't think you should ever be reducing someone's water supply, like, without them having, especially in wartime when they need it more. I don't know. I just don't think that's, it just fucks with me, and it should be legally protected. Yeah. Ukraine turning the war off to Crimea? I feel the same way, yeah. Even though I think that war was for irrigation. But still, yeah. So I can't hear what you're saying. Why did someone join the Discord with a Malcolm X any means necessary PFP? Is that a meme? Okay, whatever. Is that like a t-shirt that makes her look like a Al Jazeera journalist or something? I feel like that's what, I don't know. Like she's a war journalist? What? When a war pops off, it's not business as usual. I know you think that, but even international law disagrees with you on certain measures. I don't think keeping water pipes going is the essence of business as usual. They're not asking Israel to keep the fucking work permit system running, or they're not asking Israel to just keep on shipping aid money into Gaza, like humanitarian aid money into Gaza, or yeah, I feel like the business as usual thing kind of goes out the window when Israel invades Gaza, right? That's your thing that breaks the business as usual, not turning off the water pipes. How am I supposed to argue with international law? You do the Benny Morris thing. You say, no one cares about international law. And then I would say, well, what about morality? Is it morally okay to reduce an entire population's water supply because some of them attacked you? Like, I don't know. I just don't think so. Like, here's the thing. What are you gaining? What does Israel gain from turning off the water? I didn't understand it. What the fuck did they gain? It's not like Hamas were the ones who were like, oh no, we don't have supplies and stock, but we didn't prepare. We're not the ones who were more prepared for this to happen than anyone else. Like, what? I wonder if these indictments, imagine if the ICC indicts Netanyahu for plausible genocide. Imagine if that's what they say. Imagine if they use those exact words. Oh God, I'd kill myself. Oh no. Oh. I'm down to counter protest. If you counter protest these guys, all you're gonna get is right wing Zionists, right wing Christian Zionists, and fucking average Republicans who just hate Arabs. Counter protest is probably not the way to deal with this particular movement. Actually, so far none of this is particularly offensive. I don't think. I think they're allowed to do this on First Amendment and everything, even if they are getting quite up close. It pays well to be a keffiyeh salesman right now. And Destiny. Oh yeah, Destiny would be at the counter protest as well, right? I don't think he would do that. I think he's too much of an individualist to do that. Anyway. If I don't get no super chats, then you guys won't get no content. Hey, that's a good chant. If I don't get no likes on the stream, you guys won't get no memes. Hey, good one. Fuck me. This fucking psycho. The hostage is literally... This person said she was told to say this, you fucking piece of shit. I hate this person so much. What an absolute clown. Okay. Are you good at cryptic crosswords? Nope. Oh, look, I'm scrolling through Twitter and this video shows up again. Mossab Hassan Yusuf, I don't know who that is, said wearing the keffiyeh shows how you know nothing about the conflict. What did he mean by that? I think it's a very silly way of saying that most of the people with keffiyehs don't know that much about the conflict. I don't think wearing a keffiyeh means you don't know anything about the conflict. You can know plenty about the conflict and still wear a keffiyeh. I don't think keffiyehs are as offensive as people make them out to be. It's like Germany had some stupid thing where they were reprimanding people for wearing them on yeah, it's dumb. I'm actually completely with the Palestinians on that. Wearing the keffiyeh is fine. Doesn't seem like anyone really cares. They can mean so many things. Just chill. I think they were banned in Germany. Or was it banned or was it control? I don't know. Oh, this fucking guy. Jorg, thanks for the $4.99 content. I really appreciate that. Fucking Hezbollah. I want to... One XR, thanks for the $2. If YouTube silences me, then I will super chat. Hey, nice one. Why are you so biased against full Israel support? It's just my personal experiences, you know. Maybe I've just met... I don't know. I don't know. Something about a nation that lets Netanyahu in power for more than 20 years. Something about it just gives me a vibe, you know? That's all it is, really. Something about a country that let fucking Ben Gvir in government and Bezalel Smotrich, like, Just a vibe. It's just prejudice, really. I just don't like the sound of their names. Fucking car flip. Ben Gavir. Jordan W. Thanks for the $2. Olive, peace, dove, globe, folded hat. Okay. Cute. Very cute. Okay. Coming from a UK resident. Okay. Well, I'm in Scotland, actually, and our government's based. What are you talking about? It's not based, but they've done good stuff. Our government's fucking normal. God. Anyway. Okay, I'm actually going now. I'm hungry. Love you guys. Take care, okay? See you tomorrow. Okay, bye-bye, 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 bye-bye.